time and again its willingness for a 30-day ceasefire, obviously ending the war, which it didn't start in the first place, and also negotiating with Russia and other partners around. But Russia is not available. Turkey has graciously offered the opportunity for us not just to meet here in Antalya for discussing the preparations for the NATO summit this summer, but also a location for negotiations on the ceasefire. Now, what we would expect is that there would be an immediate ceasefire, which we also demanded as the European Union last weekend, together with the Americans. And since that is not happening, we are putting extra pressure on Russia through economic sanctions. The European Union is putting forward a 17th package of sanctions, and we hope that the US is following course, because Putin's war economy is really not doing too great, and we should realize that if we add some extra pressure, then we can push them over the edge to really stop this aggression. Thank you.
Extra pressure look like the 17th.
Well, you see, the strategy that we have been putting together and also implementing in the past 3 years, which is economic sanctions on Russia, which is aiding Ukraine militarily, and also ramping up our own deterrence and defense, which we will be talking about precisely here. That is exactly the right strategy. Now we just need to put it on full steam, and we are showing course with the sanctions. And also with the sanctions, one needs to realize nobody ever said that they work overnight. Obviously, it has not been a full blockade of Russia's economy. But it really does translate into massive costs for the Russian economy, unfortunately also to its people, which means that at some point they will run out of money.
What do you think about if the Germany and France postpone their sanctions, their tougher sanctions for Russia? Should they come in place now?
Well, I think the 17th package which we put together is the right one, and now of course we will be starting immediately on the new package, and also together with France and Germany, obviously. I think what doesn't work with Putin is really, trying to put an ultimatum out there, because he doesn't react to such ones. We just need to continue with the pressure, also realizing that obviously Russian aggression didn't start in Ukraine, and it doesn't end with Ukraine. Our analysis, which we share in NATO, is that Russia will be forming a long-term strategic threat to the entire alliance. So therefore, we need to be keeping up the pressure for as long as we have evidence of Russia not only discontinuing its war in Ukraine, but also adhering to international law, which unfortunately it hasn't been doing for quite some time.
There were big expectations for this weekend. International diplomacy taking place in Turkey, and now also the World Parliament not attending, Trump not attending either. So what can we really expect from the Istanbul talks today?
Well, to be quite honest, I'm not expecting much. The reason is that Russia has not come one step forward. They are still sticking to their maximalist goals, which is to essentially extinguish Ukraine, and we can't have that. So I guess this serves for the purpose to discussing whether there was, any chance for a 30-day ceasefire, which I think is the requirement for having genuine peace talks, because then also we need these confidence-building measures. For instance, Russia to release their civilian detainees, and especially those deported children. So that would be the first step of them showing, yes, guys, we would be willing to engage in peace. Thank you so very much. Have a good day.
Good morning. A huge thanks to Hakan, the people of Turkey, the people of Antalya for being gracious hosts to this foreign ministerial. It's a very important event for us because it's the last, even though informal, but the last meeting of foreign ministers before the upcoming Hague summit, where we will have to show a very clear commitment to adapting the alliance to the necessities of the current geopolitical and security challenges that we have. It is about the challenges that we have. It is about the collective deterrence that we have to establish. It is about investments in our industrial base, widening our defense budgets, And I think the momentum that we have in the discussion is going in a very positive dynamic, is moving in the right direction. And in that sense, we remain optimistic, very optimistic about the role of the alliance, considering the security challenges that we have commonly. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. You can take
This
the right
way?
one, please.
Just morning everyone. So as we are heading to the Hague summit, we have the clear priorities in front of us. That is the NATO that is stronger, more ready, and more lethal. That's what we are committed to, and that's what we want to see in the Hague summit. And once again, to reaffirm that we are ready, we are prepared, and we are united. And also, once again, to reaffirm that our transatlantic bond is the absolute cornerstone of transatlantic security and of NATO. For Lithuania, there are three priorities. Number one, this is the defense spending. We have to increase defense spending in NATO because we made too many pledges to be better prepared, to be ready, to be with the better plans. Now we have to fulfill it with the defense investment. From Lithuania's perspective, 5%, this is doable, and we have to achieve it faster than the 2032, because we see the very tempo and the speed how Russia generates its forces now as we speak. So we have to do the same. From Lithuania side, we are number 2 this year with 4% of GDP for the defense spending. Next year, we are heading to be the number 1 with 5.25%. And our answer is it is doable. You need political will, so some of the financial planning, but it is doable because there is a lot at stake for us. This is the European security and stability. Number 2, Russia. We have to fulfill our plans and our pledges that we already stated in the previous summits, in Washington and in Vilnius summit. So this is now time to implement. As we see, Putin's strategy doesn't change. He looks for distraction, deceive, and also the delay of any proper process for the peace. We are strongly supporting the position of Ukraine, of US, and of our European allies to go for the ceasefire for at least 30 days. This is how we should proceed. And number 3, lastly, that is Ukraine. We understand that the strong armed forces of Ukraine will be the first defense line. That's for we have to support them. And we want to see the new support pledge for Ukrainian armed forces in the Hague summit. And once again, the NATO membership is the best option to secure not only Ukraine, but also Europe. So we want it to be reconfirmed as it was previously and reiterated as it was previously done in the Washington summit. Thank you.
Hello and good morning again. I will make a short statement in English and then I will take you in English. Is it okay? Amid tremendous crisis around the world, it's time that the world just revisits the international security architecture. It's a very critical time, and I think it's important to work jointly on enhancing collective defense capabilities. Greece stands in favor of increasing the defense spending and defense capabilities. We need to address collectively and to synchronize the footage between the United States and the European Union in order to have an effective transatlantic defense against all type of contemporary asymmetries. Εν μέσω πολλαπλών κρίσεων, εν μέσω πολέμων οι οποίοι διαρκούν και πλήττουν την διεθνή συνοχή, εν μέσω ασύμετρων κρίσεων, εν μέσω κλιματικής κρίσης και εν μέσω υβριδικών απειλών, είναι χρόνος να επαναθεωρήσουμε τη βάση πάνω στην οποία έχει δημιουργηθεί η διεθνής αρχιτεκτονική ασφαλείας. Αυτό θα συζητήσουμε. Η Ελλάδα είναι υπέρ της ενίσχυσης της συλλογικής αμυντικής δυνατότητας και του συγχρονισμού του βήματος μεταξύ της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και του ΝΑΤΟ. Μόνο εργαζόμενοι μέσα από σύγχρονα βήματα, μέσα από κοινές δυνατότητες, μέσω διευρυμένων αμυντικών συστημάτων θα μπορέσουμε να αντιμετωπίσουμε την παγκόσμια κρίση η οποία αυτή τη στιγμή βρίσκεται σε εξέλιξη, κάθε μέρα και μια καινούρια εστία έντασης. Θα πρέπει...
Couple of days in the Middle East, you are really making progress. I think this is important. This shows American leadership not only in Ukraine, where it was the new American administration breaking the deadlock under the leadership of President Trump, but also now when it comes to the Middle East and of course all the other issues in the world, we collectively have to make sure stay stable and we need American leadership and you're providing that. Today will very much be about the summit in The Hague, and it is first of all ramping up defense spending in Canada and Europe. Nations are committed to that. We will have a debate on all the details, but this is really important because we have the ongoing Russian threat. We have the Chinese built up massively at the moment militarily, and of course the terrorism, the terrorist threat, which is still ongoing. But we also have to ramp up the defense industry because with only money we are not there. We also need the defense industrial output to make sure that we can fight off any threat to NATO territory. And of course we'll discuss Ukraine, how to make sure that we bring Ukraine to a lasting and durable peace. Again, welcome and thank you for your personal leadership on all of this, Marco.
Thank you, and I think today's meeting sets up what I hope will be, I believe, will be a very successful leaders level meeting coming up very shortly. NATO has the opportunity to grow even stronger in the alliance. You know, the alliance is only as strong as its weakest link, and we intend and endeavor to have no weak links in this alliance. So it's setting up nicely, and it's good to see. You know, the president has just submitted a budget for $1 trillion of defense spending, which is unheard of. It's unparalleled. And it's not just spending money. It's spending money on the capabilities that are needed for the threats of the 21st century. All kinds of different threats that look different from the threats in the past. And so I think today sets up that leaders meeting, which will be very productive. I also think, obviously, that the big issue on everyone's mind is what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. The President of the United States has been abundantly clear he wants the war to end. He's open to virtually any mechanism that gets us to a just, enduring, and lasting peace. And that's what he wants to see. He wants to see an end to wars. He wants to keep wars from happening. The purpose of NATO is to prevent wars through its strength. And that's why, you know, we want to see it grow stronger. Spending levels among all partners that allow everyone to be stronger and makes the alliance stronger. And also he wants to end wars, and that's the hope with Russia and Ukraine. We'll see what happens over the next couple of days in that regard, but we want to see progress made in that regard, and whatever mechanism is outlined, whatever the process is that needs to happen, I mean, we are open to being constructive and helpful in any way we can to end a conflict. I will say this, and I'll repeat it, that there is no military conflict. This war is going to end not through a military solution, but through a diplomatic one. And the sooner an agreement can be reached on ending this war, the less people will die and the less destruction there will be. And ultimately, that's what the president's goal is. He wants, as you've seen through his trip that is currently underway in the Middle East, and he talked about in his speech a couple of days ago, I hope you had a chance to watch it. It was a very good speech. It was an important speech. And what it marks is when he's interested in building things, not destroying. He wants economies and countries focused on building things, making things, providing opportunity and prosperity for its people. And he's against all the things that keep that from happening, like wars, like terrorism, and all the instability that comes with that. That's why he's made a bold decision when it comes to Syria, and in the hope that the new authorities there will take this opportunity to rebuild that country and provide and take it from being a source of instability to a source of stability. And that's why he wants to see the war in Ukraine end. Because there are people suffering, there are things being destroyed, there are lives being upended. There are millions of Ukrainians that live outside of their borders and their country right now. And the world the president wants to see is one in which people can come back home and begin to rebuild their country and spend their time focused on how to build the economy, not how to fight a war. But obviously we're in a very difficult spot right now, and we hope that we can find the steps forward that provide for the end of this war in a negotiated way and the prevention of any war in the future as a result, meaning a peace that's going to ensure not just that this war ends, but also prevents a new one from starting at some point down the road. So a lot of work, we remain committed to that. Obviously, like everyone else, impatient. We want to see it happen. And, but it's difficult, but you know, hopefully progress will be made here soon. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
What kind of progress realistically do you expect?
Keine ernsthaften Verhandlungen und das wird Folgen haben. Es gibt eine große Entschlossenheit in Europa, dann auch über weitere Sanktionen zu entscheiden. Und ich gehe auch davon aus, dass auch in den Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika darüber nachgedacht wird. Deshalb, es ist nie zu spät, an den Verhandlungstisch zu kommen. Die dringende Aufforderung heute ist, an Russland die Situation zu überdenken und die Initiative des amerikanischen Präsidenten positiv aufzugreifen, jetzt zu Verhandlungen zu kommen.
Herr Außenminister, Sie haben es angesprochen, Sanktionen müssen innerhalb von wenigen Tagen kommen, oder wie viel Zeit hat man da noch? Und hatten Sie den Eindruck aus dem Gespräch mit Herrn Rubio, dass die Amerikaner ebenfalls bereit sind, mit dem Westen an einen Strang zu ziehen, mit Europa an einen Strang zu ziehen? Und eine kleine Ergänzungsfrage, sind die Amerikaner einverstanden mit dem, was Sie vorgeschlagen haben, was das Spending angeht, zu den Verteidigungsausgaben? Also wenn die Amerikaner zufrieden damit, was Deutschland angeht?
Die Amerikaner sind sehr zufrieden mit dem, was Deutschland leistet. Ich habe gesagt, dass wir bereit sind, in eine Führungsrolle in Europa zu gehen, Vorbild zu sein und andere aufzufordern, uns zu folgen. Da gibt es eine völlige Übereinstimmung mit den Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika. Und das gilt auch jetzt für die Frage, was Sanktionen angeht. Ja, es gibt eine starke Bewegung, das wissen Sie, im amerikanischen Senat, wo viele Senatorinnen und Senatoren sich bereit erklärt haben, auch ein Sanktionsgesetz zu erlassen. Und die amerikanische Administration geht davon aus, dass das geschehen wird, wenn Russland sich nicht bewegt. Insofern, die USA und Europa lesen vom selben Blatt. Ich glaube, das ist ein Vorschlag, der abgestimmt ist, der auch mit der amerikanischen Seite abgestimmt ist oder vorabgestimmt ist. Wir werden darüber heute natürlich noch einmal beraten. Aber man sollte das Ergebnis sehen. Und das Ergebnis sind in der Tat die 5%, die Präsident Trump gefordert hat, die er für notwendig hält. Und wir folgen ihm da. Und wir sehen darin ein klares Bekenntnis der Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika zu Artikel 5. Die NATO steht eng zusammen. Und jeder muss wissen, dieses Verteidigungsbündnis ist durch diesen beklagenswerten Krieg stärker geworden und steht enger zusammen als je zuvor. Herzlichen Dank.
It's very important to be here in Turkey at this time with the Euro-Atlantic community coming together in such extensive numbers, representing the greatest alliance in history, frankly. And we come with one single message: to stand by Ukraine and to ensure that we get a just and lasting, enduring peace. And the readiness for that peace is demonstrated by President Zelensky being here in Turkey as well. And of course, we watch closely as we head to these talks, noting the Russian low-level individuals who are coming to represent the Russian side. It's hugely important that we redouble our efforts across the Euro-Atlantic to recommit to defence spending. It was back in 2014 in Wales that we made the 2% pledge, and I'm delighted that the UK met that pledge right throughout this modern history. But of course, it's now right that we step up that commitment. You saw that with Prime Minister Starmer making clear that we would meet 2.5% by 2027, and heading in to the next Parliament, we would get to 3%. This alliance, all of us were committing far more during the Cold War. It's hugely important that we recommit to Europe's defences and that we step up alongside our US partners in this challenging geopolitical moment where there are so many pressures across the world, and particularly in the Indo-Pacific. I look forward to speaking to European foreign ministers today as we make that pledge to ensure that right across the Euro-Atlantic areas, our people are safe, there is enduring peace, and that we stand on the shoulders of those who committed to our security, as of course we recall victory in Europe 80 years ago. Thank you very much indeed.
DRT, 2 doorsteps.
Nous sommes ce matin en Turquie et l'Ukraine a tenu sa parole. Vladimir Medinsky est présent avec ses conseillers, avec son ministre avec lequel je me suis entretenu à l'instant pour négocier la paix. Mais face à eux se trouve une chaise vide, la chaise sur laquelle devait s'asseoir Vladimir Poutine. Vladimir Poutine qui traîne les pieds et qui, de toute évidence, n'a pas envie d'entrer dans ces négociations de paix, alors même que le président Trump a marqué sa disponibilité et sa volonté de faciliter ces discussions. Alors bien sûr, aujourd'hui, une équipe technique diligentée par Vladimir Poutine se rendra en Turquie où elle rencontrera une équipe ukrainienne. Mais c'est une manière pour la Russie d'éviter les sanctions massives que les États-Unis et les Européens s'apprêtent à infliger à la Russie sur le plan énergétique et sur le plan financier pour contraindre Vladimir Poutine à mettre fin à sa guerre d'agression contre l'Ukraine. De ces discussions techniques qui vont se tenir ici en Turquie, nous pouvons espérer obtenir un cessez-le-feu sans condition, immédiat, qui permette l'ouverture de négociations. Mais ce que nous voulons éviter, c'est de retomber dans les 3 pièges qui ont conduit les négociations qui se tenaient à Istanbul en 2022 à l'échec. Le premier de ces pièges, c'est que des discussions se tiennent sans un cessez-le-feu, parce qu'on ne négocie pas sous les bombes. Et en 2022, c'est notamment le massacre de Boutcha, perpétré par la Russie, qui a conduit ces négociations à échouer. Le deuxième des pièges, c'est de vouloir imposer à l'Ukraine une démilitarisation, c'est-à-dire de priver l'Ukraine par avance des garanties de sécurité qui permettraient à la paix d'être véritablement durable. Et puis le troisième piège dans lequel il ne faudrait pas tomber une deuxième fois, c'est celui qui consiste à vouloir lever les sanctions au début des négociations plutôt qu'à la fin. Et donc nous, les Européens, nous voulons accompagner l'Ukraine dans ces négociations de paix, puisque nous voulons la paix, mais nous nous préparons aussi, avec des sanctions qui seraient massives, à contraindre Vladimir Poutine à initier ces négociations de paix s'il continuait à les esquiver. We are today in Turkey, where Ukraine has held its words. President Zelensky is present with its councillors, with his minister, with whom I met a few minutes ago. But in the face of Ukraine, there is an empty chair. The chair that was awaiting Vladimir Putin, despite of the fact that President Trump has expressed its availability, its willingness to facilitate discussions between Ukraine and Russia. Of course, there will be a technical team sent by Vladimir Putin to discuss with the Ukrainian team today in Turkey. Because, of course, Russia is willing to avoid the massive sanctions on oil, on the financial sector, that the US and that Europeans are preparing in the instance where Russia would keep refusing to cease fire. But the best we can hope for in these technical discussions is indeed a ceasefire, an immediate, unconditional ceasefire that would allow for proper peace negotiation. And what we want to avoid at all costs from those discussions that are going to start in Istanbul is for us collectively to fall in the three traps that led the previous discussions 3 years ago to failure. The first trap is to discuss or to hold talks while bombs are falling on Ukraine. Because last time, the Bucha massacre that happened during those negotiations led to their failure. The second trap is to try to impose the demilitarization of Ukraine and to prevent Ukraine from seeking credible security guarantees from its partners after the war. This would lead those discussions to failure because there can be no lasting peace without credible security guarantees. The third trap is to front-load sanction lifting rather than backloading. This again led to the failure of the Istanbul negotiation 3 years ago. As far as we're concerned, Europeans are united. They demonstrated it last weekend in Kyiv. We're supporting Ukrainian efforts to enter those peace negotiations, and we're preparing for massive sanctions on oil and financial sector in the instance where Vladimir Putin would keep avoiding such discussions. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I want to announce yesterday Italy achieved the 2% of our GDP for security defense. The document is on the table of Mr. Rutte. The Prime Minister will announce officially this result during the Den Haag meeting. This is a clear and important message to our friends of NATO. It's a clear message to the Americans. We are ready for doing more for our security in the next years.
Minister, what do you expect from the negotiation talks in Istanbul today on the lower level?
You have another question? I want to be optimistic, but I don't know if Russia wants to achieve this goal. Probably Russia want to move on with the war in the next month because it's difficult for Putin to change his organization. There are 1 million of soldiers paid more than the workers in Russia. The Russian industry is involved in defense. For Putin, we need more time. But this is his job. We want peace, peace with justice. We need to protect Ukraine. We need to respect the international law. Today's meeting is a first step, but we need more Russian engagement for achieving ceasefire before and peace after. Our job after the peace is to protect Ukraine, to protect Europe from Ukraine to Portugal. But we are working hard for peace, but we need concrete actions by the Russians.
Minister, today Italy is reaching the 2%.
Yes.
But the discussion today is about 5%. Is Italy ready for this enormous investment? And do you think that the EU has to step up to help member states to reach this new investment?
We are in favor, but we need time. We need to debate on this. But it's important to respect our engagement on the 2%. This is the first step. Then it's possible to do more. It's possible to increase the money for defense. I prefer to talk on security, because defense security is not only weapons. It's the protection of every European citizen, every Italian citizen. For this, we are ready for talking on this, but we are in favor the strongest pillar of the second pillar of the NATO. There is a big pillar, it's the American pillar. Now we need to work hard for a biggest pillar, European pillar. We need to do more. We want to move on in this direction. We need time, of course, but I think we need the European defense for security. But security is a concept more important than defense. Defense is part of the security. For this, we are ready for doing more. It's also, security is also infrastructure, cyber security, not only weapons. Security is the protection against terrorism, against cyber attack. For this, we need to talk on this, but we are ready for the protection of our citizens, Italian citizens, European citizens. I believe in Europe, I believe in European defense.
How do you consider the agreements between Turkish companies and Italian aerospace companies? Will we see more this kind of agreement?
The relations between Italy and Turkey are very, very positive. 2 days ago, a long call between President Erdogan and Prime Minister Meloni, but from the Berlusconi government, the link between Italy and Turkey has been very, very positive in every sector. We are part of NATO. We are Mediterraneans. For us, it's important to work together in the Mediterranean Sea. First of all, we need to look at Libya. Yesterday, I have spoken with the Minister for Foreign Affairs on this. I am concerned for the situation in Libya. Now, probably there is a ceasefire, but we need to look also at the south. For this, Turkey will be very, very important. We are ready for doing more with Turkey in many, many sectors, also in the defense sector. Absolutely, because I think it's important to back the European defense in the industrial defense. When I was commissioner, I worked with Commissioner Barnier. At this time, I was commissioner for industry, and Barnier was commissioner for the internal market. We approved, we proposed to the Commission. The Commission approved our proposal for a European defense strategy. But I think we need to be open for a cooperation with the countries, NATO countries, for example, America, Turkey, UK, but also with Japan. We are working, for example, as Italy, for aircraft, Italy, UK, Japan. This not only Europe is important, I agree, but we need to be open for cooperation with other countries, friends of us, underline, Turkey, USA, Japan, and UK, of course.
Minister, we are now in the adoption phase of the 7th sanctions package already, and Putin doesn't seem to be any closer to negotiations. So what kind of stronger sanctions would there still be to get?
But as you know, the sanctions are not, for us, Italian sanctions, are European sanctions. It's impossible to decide alone. But we are in favor. If Putin wants to move on in the same direction, we need other sanctions, so we are in favor of this. Okay? I have the family photo. I mean, sorry.
Galuzin bir işim var.
Tamam. Şuradan. Tamam. Ben kalkamayacağım çünkü. Okey. Daha rahat. Sen bir 400-700 dene. Beyaz yaptın mı? Yani bence
Now you got to build us. We're not interested in you building. I said last night, it was a great meeting, great everything. They brought in Lee Greenwood to sing. It was a beautiful evening, and I appreciate it. But I said last night that Iran is very lucky to have the emir because he's actually fighting for them. He doesn't want us to do a vicious blow to Iran. He says, you can make a deal, you can make a deal. He's really fighting, and I really mean this. I think that Iran should say a big thank you to the Emir, because the Emir is fighting very much that we don't. And there are many people that want me to go the other route. They say, just knock it out, because nobody can beat us. No, we have the strongest military in the world by far. Not China, not Russia, not anybody. We have the best military equipment in the world, and we have the strongest military in the world. If you remember ISIS, General Raisin Kane, right? We knocked it out in 3 weeks. Remember they said it would take 4 years to knock out ISIS? We did it in 3 weeks. That's because you had the right leader. With a stupid person, you'll do it in 4 or 5 years. You won't even do it. You'll fight for 4 years and then you'll leave. Like we always do. You fight. We had a president that blew up half the Middle East and then he left. That was it. It was like spent $10 trillion on blowing up the Middle East and then he left. Just said, let's leave now. We're left with nothing. And we don't do that. We take care of our friends. And so you have a great ally in us, and there's nobody even close. In terms of military power, there's nobody close. And I'm not only talking about nuclear. I don't like to mention the word because the nuclear is so destructive that it brings you into a different category. But we're number one in nuclear. I rebuilt our military, by the way, in my first term. We had a really successful first term. Then the election was rigged, and I had to wait, and it became more historic, and I was able to watch and see. And the good news is although it's bad news in another way, but the good news is that Biden was so bad, worst president we've ever had by far. There was never a president like this. This man was grossly incompetent, and now that's been proven. But people were able to see how bad it is, and it gave me a mandate. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by a lot. We won the counties by 2,725 to 505. That's why the map is completely red. When you look at it, the map, it was an obliteration, this election. And we got 312 electoral votes, so it was just an obliteration. And that means mandate. And we have a mandate that nobody's had. They said the most consequential election, and this was a enemy paper, the most consequential election in 129 years. So it's been a tremendous trip. I've really liked it. This is we're going 20 hours a day. And people say, how do you do it? And I said, I do it because I like it. I like it. I like the people I'm dealing with. I said last night, I stood in a line for, it seemed like hours. I said hello to Larry. I said hello to Kelly. I said hello to your 250 competitors. I said hello to everybody. And that was a long sucker, I want to tell you. They say, how do you do it? I said, I do it because I like the man standing on my left. And I said it 2 nights before about the Crown Prince, but last night I had the Emir, and he's fantastic. And I said, it's really not hard. When you like the people, and when you are doing something, we have a term, MAGA, Make America Great Again, very simple term. And I remember Biden saying, we will not let MAGA take over this country. I said, no, you stupid person. It says, Make America Great Again. It's okay if it takes over the country. It's called Make America Great Again. And that's where we are right now. It's America. We'll put America first. But because we're putting it first, we're doing so well, there's going to be plenty left over to help the world. And we can help the world psychologically. So we think we're going to do well with Russia, Ukraine. 5,000 soldiers are being killed every single week on average. 5,000. And they're not from here, and they're not from the USA. They're from Ukraine and Russia. So some people would say, why are you bothering? Because these are 5,000 young people. Well, they're getting older because they've gone through so many that they are actually getting older. But these are 5,000 people that leave their home, wave goodbye to their parents. Their parents are so proud of them, their sisters, their brothers, and that's the last they ever see them. They're wiped out. And if you would see the satellite pictures, I get satellite pictures of that battlefield, and I want to tell you, I've never seen anything like that. I wish I never saw it. You have heads and arms and legs strewn all over the field. and you just take a look at that, and you know, when you think 5,000 a week on average, and that's actually a low number. So we're going to see if we can end that. I was thinking about going, but it's very tough because of what we're doing today and tomorrow. But you know, if something happened, I'd go on Friday if it was appropriate. But we have people right now negotiating, and I think that I just hope that Russia and Ukraine are able to do something, because it has to stop. Not only the money, we spent $350 billion there, just handed. Nobody even knows where the money, they just send them a check. There's no accounting, there's no one, just give him money. Every time he came, I have to hand it to him. I think he's the greatest salesman maybe in history. Every time he came to the United States, he'd walk away with $100 billion, you know. That's a good salesman, right? Even by your standards. This is a big standard right here. But that's a pretty good set. No, he'd walk in, leave with $100 billion. Last time he didn't do as well. He only got $60 billion. And it was so easy. It was like taking candy from a baby. That was the last administration. This administration has been a little bit tougher. But would like to see it end, and I think we're going to have a chance at doing it. And would like to see if we could solve the Iran problem in an intelligent way as opposed to a brutal way. There's only two, intelligent and brutal. Those are the two alternatives. So I want to thank everybody for being here very much, and we're going to take some questions, and perhaps now we'll ask the press to leave, and we're going to see you at the airfield. We're going to have a display of American equipment, okay? Yeah. Jennifer, go ahead.
Are you disappointed by that?
No, I didn't anticipate. I actually said, why would he go if I'm not going? Because I wasn't going to go. I wasn't planning to go. I would go, but I wasn't planning to go. And I said, I don't think he's going to go if I don't go. And that turned out to be right. But we have people there. Marco, as you know, is doing a fantastic job. Marco's there, Secretary of State, and we have people there. But I didn't think it was possible for Putin to go if I'm not there. Jennifer?
Sir, on the sovereign wealth fund, your proposal for the sovereign wealth fund
that we're planning on doing? Yeah. Well, look, Howard likes the idea. I'm less. I want to really make a lot of money, pay off debt, and just get it, and then you do it fund. You know, these people have no debt. It's nice to have a fund. I say to Howard, we're a little early because we have debt, and really. It sounds like a lot, but relative to the kind of income and everything that we have, it's not really that much. But it's still a lot, and I'd rather pay the debt off and then do the fund after the debt's paid off. And you know, to me, the fund is just pay off debt. We're making a lot of money. We had a situation 6 months ago. We were losing $5 billion a day on trade. Now we're making money on trade. Don't forget. We were losing $1 trillion to China, so we essentially went cold turkey with China for a period of a month. Therefore, we weren't losing $1 trillion. You know, I think that's pretty simple, Scott, right? Scott did a great job over there. They made a deal. They have great relationships with China. You might want to speak about that while the press is here for a second, Scott, the relationship we have with China.
It was a very important step in establishing a working relationship below the two heads of state. So with the tariff program, we had a plan, we have a process, and now we have a mechanism with our Chinese counterparts to prevent an escalation again. We're going to go into a series of negotiations. They're going to be fulsome, and we have a lot to talk about, but I think over the next 90 days we can accomplish a lot.
We're going to be, I think I can mention, I'm not sure if the press will understand this, but I've devoted, I find it, number one, I find it fascinating. If you don't like things, you're not going to do well, but I do. I find it amazing. So I'm so looking forward to watching some of the power that they purchase at great price. But you'll see some jets today. Some of the reporters were in the plane. Were you in the plane as we were surrounded by 8 F-15s? You saw that? Were you concerned at all? It was a little bit spooky, right? It's a little bit different when I'm reading the name of the pilot from I'm seeing the name, Rigraw. I look at his helmet, and he's got his name, and he's waving to us, and he's like where you are. And so I'm not sure I feel great about it, but we certainly had a lot of firepower surrounding, and as we were coming in, it was beautiful. And then just before we landed, boom, they took off, and nobody's ever seen it. Like, they circled the plane, 8 of them. And we're landing, so now we're there. And it was really a display of beauty. And we heard it, too. We were in the plane. I said, what is that? Because they stepped on the gas, because it's hard for them to only go 500 miles an hour. That's called very slow. It's not that those planes they're not meant to go 500 miles an hour, but it's really good. Great pilots, great display. So we're going to see that. But one of the things for the people that are interested in the military that I asked to look into, the F-35, we're doing an upgrade, a simple upgrade, but we're also doing an F-55. I'm going to call it an F-55, and that's going to be a substantial upgrade, but it's going to be also with 2 engines, because the F-35 has a single engine. I don't like single engines. Even this man, he's the best in the world at engines, but on occasion, I know you won't admit this, if an engine goes out, it's nice to have 2, 3, or 4. That's why I like the 747. It's got 4. And but today they're getting very big, and it's a little more cost-saving to have 2 very, very big ones. But no matter how good, they tell me, Larry, the engine will never go out. Well, I think it goes out on occasion, very rarely. And we're going to do an F-55, and I think if we get the right price, we have to get the right price. And that'll be 2 engines and a super upgrade on the F-35. And then we're going to do the F-22. I think the most beautiful fighter jet in the world is the F-22, but we're going to do an F-22 Super. And it'll be a very modern version of the F-22 fighter jet. And I don't know if you know it, but you know who copied it? China. They copied it. I said, I'm looking. They said, that's the F-22. They copied our design, but they won't be able to copy our engines too quickly or anything else. So we're going to be doing an F-22 Super. And this will be a plane like no. To me, it's the most beautiful fighter jet ever made. And so I want to do that. And sometimes, stealth. They do stealth. I'm not a huge believer in stealth, because stealth is basically, a lot of it's the design and the shape. And, I'm sure you maybe think, but also if that's the case, they're going to figure it out pretty fast, I think. So you're going to design an ugly plane for stealth reasons, and then 6 months later, they're going to figure out this, and then you're stuck with a plane. Now, we're doing a super F-22, and we're going to be going with it pretty quickly. And then, as I told you, we're going to be doing a tremendous variety of drones, from lots of very inexpensive drones, and on the F-55 and on the F-35, but much more on the F-55 and on your plane that you're doing, which he calls the F-47. F-47. I said, how'd you come up with 47? That's an interest. It was very nice, actually. But you said there's a tremendous capability for it. Travels with many, many, potentially hundreds of drones, right? Do you want to talk about that? Because it's very interesting to people.
Well, the F-47 is the first 6th-generation fighter in the world. We're very excited to be developing that, and we'll be bringing that into production in the near future. There's not much I can say about that for security reasons, but we're very pleased to be in the development process of that airplane.
Yeah, it's going to be great. It's got a beautiful weapon, as you say. We're also doing very heavy on submarines. We have a lead on submarines that I don't think, unless you have a really, really stupid group of people, including the president, I don't think anybody can catch us on submarines. We have our submarine, in particular the late model. We're 15 years advanced on the submarine. Nobody can even come close. It can stay underwater for 30 years. Think of it. The only reason it has to come up is for food. It doesn't need water because they have their system of water, which is, they can stay forever. The only reason it has to come up is for food. Can you imagine? It could stay underwater for years, going at fast speeds, to very fast speeds, but it has to come up once every couple of months for food. There's something about that. I don't know if we're going to be able to solve that problem, but hopefully it's not going to be a problem we have to worry about. But the submarine, we are so far advanced in the submarine. So we're very proud of it, and we've taken a country that was scoffed at, and we're the hottest country in the world right now. We're going to keep it that way. And just in finalizing that, the military was having 6 months ago, and you wrote about it, Jennifer, I saw an article, but the military was having a very hard time recruiting people, our military, and they were not able to meet even come close to their goals. That was only 6 months ago. And now, as you also have written, we have a military that we have so many people want to get in. We've never had anything. They say 30 years plus because they only go back, but probably ever. We have never had such excitement to join the military. So we went with a military that couldn't recruit very easily and was really way, way behind, to a military where we're actually picking the people we want. And it's very hard to get in. It's actually hard to get in. And that goes for the police force and the firefighters. I always mention the firefighters. They're incredible. But the police force and the firefighters, we're having a very hard time getting people to become policemen like we had never had before. That was 6 months ago, Biden, because the country had no spirit. It was like just had no heart. It was a dead heart. Now we have the liveliest heart you've ever seen. So I just think it's such a great contrast to think 6 months ago you couldn't get, and now we're setting records. Who would think that could have happened? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Well, we're working very hard on Gaza, and Gaza's been a territory of death and destruction for many years. The United States get involved and make it just a freedom zone, have a real freedom zone, because it seems that Gaza, every time, every 10 years it happens, put people in homes where they can be safe, and Hamas is going to have to be dealt with. You got to remember, October 7th was one of the worst days in the history of the world, I think, not just local to this region. It was one of the worst, most atrocious attacks anyone's ever seen. But now we're dealing with Hamas, and we're dealing with Iran, and we're dealing with a lot of other things. We're dealing with the Houthis. And that was, I think, very successful. But maybe tomorrow an attack will be made, in which case we go back on the offensive. So it's good. It's good. We have a lot of things happening, a lot of very positive things happening. Okay? Thank you. We'll take care of the guy.
I was born by God's due grace in the extraordinary place. You know where that is? Where the stars and stripes and the eagle fly. Yeah, you know. Hey.
Of Russia at our weekly briefing at the press center. I see already Russian foreign journalists with us. Let us start with the topic that the 9th of May. The point is that, of course, this special year goes on, and there will be a lot to do with this topic, as well as in any other year and any other day that is full of memory, of historic memory for us. I would like to especially mention this huge contribution by our diplomats and foreign missions. They did it together with our compatriots. I'd like to say that the celebrations were huge abroad. It's no secret that the Victory Day unites us truly. And we celebrated it together with friends of our country from all over the world. Tens of thousands of people participated, many memorial events all over the world. Around the clock, the celebrations were covered in our accounts of foreign ministry. Some statistics: since early May, more than 5,000 of posts were posted dedicated to the Victory Day, 5,500 materials. This marathon did not stop for a second. People on all the continents, in all parts of the world, proudly showed the symbols of victory and defended the memory of those heroes who defended our right to live and to be a human being. Of course, we shared not only these events, we shared happiness and impressions, the accounts of foreign ministers. The parade were broadcast with commentary in 12 languages. Thanks to our colleagues from Rappler agencies who helped us with this. The World Action, the Eternal regiment took place in more than 120 countries in the world. And they told that we are isolated. Tens of thousands of our compatriots participated in the celebrations. They went through blackmail, threats, but they did it anyway. They preserved the memories of the heroes of World War II. In more than 80 countries, there were actions dedicated to heroes of the Great Patriotic War. All of the events were high profile, but there were some special events. We launched a project, Songs of the Victory, in the style of vinyl discs. I'm happy that that many people liked the project. This initiative was truly popular. People shared it, and with their friends and families. This project was participated by 2.5 million users of the Telegram platform. It's fantastic. Thank you for caring. Special attention by Russian diplomats and compatriots belonged to memorial events, wreath-laying ceremonies in more than 70 countries. People tended to the burial sites of POWs and soldiers, and the conditions were really severe amid continued the so-called war against monuments. On the General Consulate in Bonn held 130 events. A lot of memorials were attended by a lot of people with symbols of the Great Patriotic War. In Austria, the complex Mauthausen was participated by family members, and I give those examples because I cannot give you all the examples. There's more. Because unfortunately we have to confirm that in a number of countries, for example in Poland, Germany, those events took place amid provocations from collaborationists, the supporters of the neo-Nazi Kiev regime, with the acquiescence of the local law enforcement. Nevertheless, all the memorial events did take place. There were memorial services to the Red Army soldiers. Special words of gratitude on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs I would like to give to the choir of Teretsky. For 10 years, this team tour all over the world with the words of the victory. They sang songs despite everything on the main squares of many countries, in the concert halls, in our foreign missions. They were not threatened. This was the something that the Mr. Turetsky received from his father, to share the art and historical truth to all generations now in the 21st century. And of course, with special pride, we saw the broadcast from the hall of the General Assembly of the UN that brought together veterans and their children. They sang songs together with the choir of Turetsky. Our website will have a special section dedicated not to this anniversary of victory, and there are hundreds of them, believe me, that already have taken place and will take place. All general consulates on all our foreign missions and Rassatrudenchestvo, our diplomat that contributed to the implementation of these events will be mentioned there, and their contribution will be duly covered. We'll do everything we can for that, because these things should be recorded. Now let's go to the relevant agenda. Let's start with the schedule of Foreign Minister. Today, in several hours, Sergei Lavrov is going to participate in the first session of the diplomatic club that renews its activities through thematic events with the participation of diplomatic corps under the auspices of the Diplomatic Academy of MFA of Russia. Minister will give a speech, talk to the leaders of diplomatic missions accredited in Moscow, as well as to take place in the round table titled Culture Without Borders, Role and Development of the Diplomacy of Culture. And of course, the topic of the Great Patriotic War World War II will be mentioned for many times during our briefing, because everything to do with today's relevant agenda continues the problems, unresolved problems, or that renewed, unfortunately, about the Ukrainian crisis. President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, on May 11th, put forward an initiative to renew direct negotiations that was suspended by the Kiev regime on behest of the then British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. I'll remind you, in the spring of 2022. At the same time, President of Russia proposed starting these negotiations without delay or preconditions in Istanbul on May 15th. As the Russian president said, the essence of this negotiation is, I quote, remove the root causes of the conflicts to establish a long-lasting and durable peace with a historical outlook in mind. We said many times the Russian side is prepared for serious negotiations. The Russian the delegation arrived to Istanbul and is prepared to serious work. Now, about what's going on in Ukraine, I mean the actions of the Kiev regime, just to understand what they are doing there while talking about ceasefire. In reality, they are doing what you are going to hear. The neo-Nazi regime of Zelensky did everything it could to prevent the celebrations of the 18th anniversary of victory in the Great Patriotic War in Ukraine. This war of the ancestors of the current citizens of Ukraine, it's their victory as well. And it was desecrated. They did everything they could to cast a shadow on the celebrations, to this existential holiday for Ukraine. There were attempts to undermine the celebrations abroad, first of all in Russia. But these attempts were in vain. The modern Banderovics did not manage to intimidate people or to forget about the memory of those who saved the world from the brown plague and gave them life. Many people in Ukraine on May the 9th came to memorials to the Soviet soldiers. Despite everything, despite prohibitions and blackmail threats, despite the fact that many monuments in modern Ukraine were destroyed or changed until they cannot be recognized. They came to lay flowers and to bow to true heroes. There were provocations from the Ukrainian nationalists in Kiev. In the Park of Glory, the policemen arrested an elderly woman because she refused to take off the side cap with the red star. In Odessa, a sign plate on the memorial to Marshal Rodion Malinowski was taken down he commanded the 3rd Ukrainian Front that liberated in April 1944 this city. On May 10th, at night in Odessa, a group of young vandals destroyed all the flowers laid on the memorial to the unknown sailor. But the junta of Zelensky did not manage to do what they wanted. They couldn't break the will of people and did what they wanted while threatening people. They did not destroy the memory to the ancestors. The memory turned out to be stronger. It couldn't be destroyed. Unlike the neo-Nazi clique, it will go on forever. Let's see how the Kiev regime in general follows the ceasefire, as that they're talking about ceasefire all the time. But they just cynically ignored it. The president of Russia declared a 72-hour ceasefire dedicated to the 80th anniversary of victory over Nazism. According to Defense Ministry of Russia, there were 14,043 violations of ceasefire, more than 4,000 shellings from artillery, tanks and mortars, 62 attacks with MLRS, 9,918 drone attacks. There were 5 attempts to cross the Russian border in the Belgorod and Kursk regions. Over these 3 days, sacred for all of us, the Ukrainian aggression killed 6 people and wounded at least 17. This is the reality, not an illusion. This is the ceasefire demonstrated by the Kiev regime. Unfortunately, before and after the holiday, the Ukrainian militants continued terror against people in pre-border Russian regions. From May 6th through 13th, shellings, drones and mines killed 4 civilians, including a volunteer, Alexander Kelingeridze, who earlier saved about 400 people in the Kursk region. On May 7th, in the Khomatovka region, the Ukrainian militants launched drone attacks on the church of Dmitry Salunsky. On May 10th, in the village of Komunar, a drone harmed the memorial to the Soviet pilots. They made targeted strikes on civilian infrastructure. In the Belgorod region, Ukrainian Nazis targeted civilian facilities and vehicles. At least 10 civilians were wounded. On May 9th, a drone struck the building of the government of the Belgorod region in DPR. Because of the Banderovich strikes, 2 people were killed, at least 9 wounded, including 3 teenagers. 3 people on the Victory Day were harmed. A 16-year-old teenager were wounded in the village of Krynichne on May 12th. In the Kalininsky district of Gorlovka, a drone dropped an explosive, wounding a 14-year-old teenager. In Luhansk, on May 13, the Ukrainian forces attacked with drones an asphalt and concrete factory. They also targeted a team of rescuers arrived to the scene. 2 rescuers died, at least 15 wounded. On May the 7th, in the city of Lashki, a Ukrainian drone attacked an ambulance. A paramedic was wounded. Similar strike against ambulance was committed in the Victory Day in the village of Nova Zbruyovka. On May 9th, 8 populated areas in the Kherson region were attacked. On May 6th, the Kiev regime with kamikaze drones damaged memorial to liberators. On the eve of the Victory Day in Kakhovka, the Russian security service arrested 3 Ukrainian people who planned to explode a bomb not far from the memorial T-34 tank. In the Bryansk region, there were also attacks against populated areas, including against a school in the village of Sapachi. They never stopped before harming children. It's their philosophy.
The UK did is a good deal, especially with its anti-China provisions?
Look, the deal done by third parties within the United States is not for us to judge or to have an opinion about, but I think that every deal that is concluded is a step in the right direction to stabilize global trade. Hungary is about the 70th most populated country in the world, and in terms of its export volume, it ranks about 34, 35. So we're an exporting country, we're an exporting economy. And any barriers, any obstacles, any tariffs in the global trade is a heavy burden on our economy.
What would you have the Commission do, given that the UK had a trade surplus and still has 10% tariffs? How do you get rid of these tariffs?
Look, Trump has been voicing his concern about the disequilibrium in the trade between the EU and America. And if negotiations had been opened or initiated by the Commission before the tariffs were imposed on Europe, I think some sort of a deal could have been reached. Now, regarding what happened with China, the fact that they came back from a 145% tariff to 35%, if something similar could be done with Europe, although not in the same measure, of course, then that would already be something that we would welcome and that would make our life much easier.
Államtitkár úr, hogy látja a béketárgyalások esélyeit, különös tekintettel arra, hogy az orosz elnök végül nem megy el?
Hát ugye nem tudjuk pontosan ki fog tárgyalni kivel és miről, de minden ilyen kezdeményezést mi nagyon előremutatónak tartunk. Úgy tűnik, hogy az oroszok egy technikai delegációt küldenek, az ukránok pedig politikusokat, ami hát felveti azt a kérdést, hogy egyáltalán lesz-e miről beszélniük, de reméljük, hogy valami kijön belőle. So she was asking about the peace talks in Turkey today. The Russians are sending a technical delegation, experts, let's say, and the Ukrainians are sending a high-level political delegation. So it remains to be seen what they can, do with each other. It reflects the different approach of the two countries. I think there's a risk that the Ukrainians today are not ready to enter into details, and it's more of a political show. But we will see. It is definitely in our interest that some progress be made today.
Is there another question in English about this meeting today? You're also talking about diversification of trade relations and deepening them. Your Austrian colleague will suggest to enjoy Canada and Israel to join the European Economic Area. Is this something worth considering?
Absolutely, absolutely. The more the better. Again, we're a trading economy, and the most of the trade that we do is with EU countries. It's within the market. So if that market is bigger, then it's all the better for us. So why not? We're open to any suggestions of this kind.
Are you happy with the new list proposed by the Commission, the 95 billion list of U.S. goods to retaliate if the negotiations fail, or would you like to cut it down?
Now, if you see what Trump is doing, any kind of retaliation imposed against him or imposed against America triggers an even greater retaliation from their part. So if we want to go down that path of mutual, escalation, then we can, and it's a predictable path. But is it going to bring any benefit to the European and the Hungarian economy? We think not. It's not the way to deal with President Trump. We should sit down. We should understand and address the American concerns that are, at least in some part, seem to be justifiable, and then come to some kind of common understanding.
You were criticizing the Commission for being slow. This list is in case the negotiations fail, so this is to be prepared.
Sorry?
This list is in case the negotiations fail, and you were criticizing the Commission for being slow, so is it not good to be prepared?
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. But what we're saying is that the Commission should have been prepared beforehand. Trump, as a candidate, was talking about wanting to impose tariffs on his major trade partners, at least on the ones that have a surplus with him. And the European Union, of course, it was known that was among these partners. So some kind of idea should have been, elaborated before the actual tariffs were imposed. And now the damage needs to be undone by the Commission.
Do you think that the tariffs are justified? The U.S. tariffs are justified? Which particular concerns do you share?
So if you look at the American reasoning, from their point of view, there are at least certain parts of the argumentation that they're coming forward with seems to be justifiable, seems to be understandable. Now, we're not saying that we're happy with it. We're not saying that we wanted these tariffs to be imposed. We're not saying that we agree with them. But from their point of view, it's justifiable. So if we understand their concerns, as the Brits decided to understand them and come to an agreement, I think that's the way to do it.
So will Hungary be okay with 10% baseline tariff, the same as UK has agreed to, if that's offered to?
I think that would be a fair solution. I don't want to get into any numbers, but the 25% tariffs on the cars and the auto industry in general, and the electric battery industry is imposing almost 2 billion euros worth value of tariffs on Hungary, which is almost unbearable.
China, if that's what Mr. Trump
Excuse
wants?
me?
Are you willing to decouple from China if that's what Mr. Trump wants? Stop investing?
No, definitely not. That's a red line for us because we're having excellent trade relations with China, and China has become one of the biggest investors in Hungary. Actually, there was a year, I think, last year or the year before, when China invested 45% of its investments to Europe in Hungary. So we're highly overrepresented, considering our population and the size of our economy. So Hungary is benefiting from these very intensive Chinese economic and trade relations. We're not willing to give that up.
Do you mean that you accept a 10% baseline?
That's something that we would look at very carefully, because a 10% baseline is much more favorable than the 25% tax that we're paying, tariffs, that we're paying after the car industry, which is one of the pillars of our economy. Hungary produces one of the, it's one of the car manufacturing hubs of Europe, at least when we look at its share in per capita proportion. So it's hitting us very hard.
Would Hungarians eat chlorinated chicken?
Sorry?
Would Hungarians eat chicken treated with chlorine?
I don't think so. No. We're particular about our agricultural culture. Yep. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Artem Surshulskis, the Deputy Foreign Minister from Latvia. For today's agenda, of course, the most important part is our ongoing negotiations on trade with the U.S. We do need to continue on the pragmatic side, what we are on now. Currently, the situation is quite vulnerable since we are preparing also for Hague Summit and the possible peace negotiations in Ukraine, and it all comes together. And at this particular moment, we don't need any escalation in our trade relationship. So what we need to do is to find a positive agenda. And another thing, economic security. These discussions are also quite important for us, especially keeping in mind that we would like to see more effort on decoupling, on economic decoupling from Russia and Belarus from the goods from there. So that's why we do support the tariffs, more tariffs on their goods, so we can become more dependent as European Union.
Look at their history. The U.S. relations, they're much more favorable than the 25%.
This would be definitely one of the things we would discuss. This is one of the probably smaller steps in our negotiation process. But once again, the Commissioner Šefčovič is working very directly with our partners in the U.S. and we are trying to find some mutual ground for understanding. And this is probably the right path right now because we don't need to start another war of escalation in this issue, but we need to find something which is both beneficial for European Union and the U.S.
How do you look at the agreement that the U.S. reached with the UK? Is it something that the EU can take parts from, or is it rather shouldn't be more ambitious?
This is probably one of the ways, and I think that this agreement is, I should say, quite good for both parts. All of them have reached several things they wanted to reach. And this could be definitely one of the ways for European Union. We do understand that we possibly won't reach everything we want, but the same goes to Washington. So basically we need to find some common ground in the middle.
In the UK case, there is 10% still in place. Is that something that the EU would find acceptable?
We are not there to decide it yet. We do have some imbalances in our trade with the U.S., and one of the things we would probably find acceptable is to tackle those imbalances and to fight for our big industries here in Europe.
Can you say also something about diversifying and deepening trade relations? Your Austrian colleague would suggest to invite Canada and Israel to join in an economic area.
That's a very interesting idea. Haven't been discussed officially politically yet, but deepening relationship with other countries is also very important for us. And we are talking about new trade agreements or updated trade agreements. And for us, Mercosur countries are one of the big targets in this, and also finding some new partners in the Pacific region as well. And also in Africa. So basically, we need to expand our relationships, and this is historically a very important moment, since we need to remember our market is still very big, it's still very strong, and still capable to work with anyone. So we should take advantages in that and probably try to do this process faster.
Minister, when you speak about things that could be offered to the U.S. or that positive trade agenda, what do you think are the most, where are you most optimistic about things?
Probably these are things about new technologies, also and deepening our military ties, because this is what Europe needs right now, to have more capabilities, and this is what US can provide and produce. And also probably, of course, energy. Of course, energy, this is a big sector, and we're still somehow dependent on the energy from the aggressor countries, and we need to find new partners for that to be independent on that.
Are the rules in SAFE at all a barrier to deepening military partnership? Does that exclude U.S. companies at all? Is that an issue?
There are still some barriers on that definitely, and actually there are some internal barriers inside the European Union on that, which is also one of the things we need to try lower. But probably the tariffs would still be, even in the military, the main issue of concern. Yeah, thank you very much, and have a nice day. Thank you. Bye.
Guten Morgen, Frau Reiche. Willkommen in Brüssel.
Dankeschön. Europa und die USA vereint mehr, als uns trennt. Die USA sind nicht nur für Europa, sondern auch für Deutschland der wichtigste Handelspartner. Waren im Wert von 253 Milliarden Euro haben wir im letzten Jahr ausgetauscht. Und deswegen ist es wichtig, dass wir den transatlantischen Handel, die transatlantischen Beziehungen auch in Zukunft stärken und diese ausbauen. Handelskonflikte sind schädlich. sie bremsen den Warenaustausch, sie bremsen Wirtschaftswachstum und am Ende kennen diese Konflikte auch keinen Sieger. Deswegen unterstützen wir die Europäische Kommission bei den Gesprächen, um diesen Handelskonflikt beizulegen. Wir unterstützen, dass die Tarife zunächst ausgesetzt sind und wir uns jetzt in Gesprächen befinden, zu einer vernünftigen Lösung für beide Seiten zu kommen. Wir sind froh, dass wir mit der Kommission Ursula von der Leyen und Maroš Šefčovič gute Partner an der Seite haben und werden einen wichtigen deutschen Beitrag leisten, zu einem guten Verhältnis mit den USA zu kommen.
Sie sprechen vom guten Verhältnis mit den USA, aber muss man nicht langsam auch in der EU akzeptieren, das sind einfach nicht mehr die Partner von früher, das sind heute Gegner. Stecken Sie den Kopf in den Sand oder akzeptieren Sie irgendwann, dass das tatsächlich auch Leute sind, die gar nicht mehr transatlantisch denken?
Worte wie Gegner würde ich nie in den Mund nehmen, weil die Amerikaner, die USA unser Partner bleiben. Deswegen ist es das oberste Ziel, den Tarifstreit beizulegen. Die Europäer, die Europäische Kommission hat ja die Gegenmaßnahmen sehr deutlich auf den Tisch gelegt. Und es ist klar, dass wir aus einer Position der Stärke verhandeln werden. Das werden wir auch tun. Wir verhandeln aus einer Position einer wirtschaftlichen Stärke, einer ökonomischen Machtposition, die aber sorgsam eingesetzt werden muss. Noch einmal, wir müssen verhandeln, wir müssen zu einer Lösung kommen, bei einer Eskalation keine Gewinner kennt.
Auch Lieferkettengesetz. Würden Sie Ihren Bundeskanzler unterstützen und auch fordern, dass das europäische Lieferkettengesetz abgeschafft werden soll?
Der Koalitionsvertrag macht dazu eine sehr deutliche Aussage. Erstens, wir brauchen weniger Bürokratie auf der europäischen und auch auf der deutschen Ebene, wenn es darum geht, europäische Vorgaben in nationales Recht umzusetzen. Der Koalitionsvertrag sagt, dass die deutsche Umsetzung des Lieferketten-Sorgfaltspflichtengesetzes in Bezug auf die Berichtspflichten deutlich korrigiert wird. Und an der Umsetzung dieses Koalitionsvertrages arbeiten wir. Unbenommen dessen, und das ist eine Position, die wir vertreten werden in allen Räten, muss auch die Europäische Kommission, müssen europäische Vorgaben so sein, dass die Wirtschaft nicht erstickt, sondern dass Vorgaben umsetzbar sind. Und Kommissionspräsidentin von der Leyen hat ja auch sehr klar gemacht, dass die Kommission es auch als ihre Aufgabe aussieht, die Mitgliedstaaten, Bürgerinnen und Bürger, Unternehmen mit weniger bürokratischen Pflichten zu belasten. Das ist dringend an der Zeit, dass wir hier umsteuern.
Frau Ministerin, es geht heute auch um die Diversifizierung von Handelsbeziehungen oder Vertiefung. Ihr österreichischer Kollege will vorschlagen, Kanada und Israel einzuladen, dem europäischen Wirtschaftsraum beizutreten. Ist das eine Diskussion, die jetzt geführt werden sollte? Und mit Blick auf Israel, wo einige Länder fordern, Israel aus dem Assoziationsabkommen das zu beenden, jetzt die richtige Diskussion?
Zum einen ist es wichtig, dass wir global Partnerschaften eingehen und entweder laufende Abkommen, die de facto ausverhandelt sind, umsetzen oder aber mit Handelspartnern neue Abkommen eingehen werden. Freier Welthandel, regelbasierter Welthandel ist etwas, wovon die Zukunft Europas und auch die von Deutschland abhängt. Wenn es um Israel geht, möchte ich an dieser Stelle ganz klar sagen, dass unsere Solidarität Israel gilt und dass Israel jedes Recht hat, sich zu verteidigen. Alles andere würde ich Sie bitten, den heutigen Diskussionen vorzubehalten.
Vielen Dank.
Madam, what's your view on the...
Wir müssen.
Thank you.
We have to go. I'm very sorry. Okay. So. Sorry.
Grüß Gott, guten Morgen. Ich glaube, wir alle wissen, die europäische Wirtschaft steht am Scheideweg. Wir brauchen ganz, ganz dringend den Aufschwung, insbesondere was die exportorientierte Wirtschaft betrifft. Wir verdienen in Österreich 6 von 10 Euro im Export. Das heißt, nur wenn wir Produkte international verkaufen können, können wir Spitäler finanzieren, können wir Schulen finanzieren, können wir den Sozialstaat aufrechterhalten. Deswegen sind gute internationale Handelsbeziehungen von zentraler Bedeutung für Österreich und für die Europäische Union. Das betrifft betrifft auf einen die Beziehungen zu den USA. Ich bekenne mich dazu, dass es gute transatlantische Beziehungen gibt. Ich bekenne mich dazu, dass wir am Verhandlungsweg alles unternehmen, um den Zollstreit auch abzuwenden. Wir können aber durchaus, geht's jetzt. Man wird den EWR nicht von heute auf morgen neu denken können. Und es ist, glaube ich, jetzt der richtige Zeitpunkt, diesen Denkanstoß zu liefern. Die Handelsabkommen müssen wir alle abschließen. Wenn ich mir jetzt nur durchrechne, die Handelsabkommen, die in Verhandlung sind, dann wäre 50% des Außenhandels der EU durch ein Handelsabkommen abgedeckt. Und dann sollten wir schon nachdenken, ob wir innerhalb dieser Gruppe nicht 2 Geschwindigkeiten schaffen und einen Art globalen Binnenmarkt auch gestalten. Österreich braucht es, die Exportwirtschaft braucht es. Und wenn wir den Wohlstand halten wollen, geht das nur mit Außenhandel.
Warum schlagen Sie da gerade Israel vor? Es gibt einige Staaten, die sogar vorschlagen, das Assoziierungsabkommen mit Israel auszusetzen wegen seines Vorgehens in Gaza.
Die Linie der österreichischen Bundesregierung ist klar. Wir stehen auf der Seite von Israel, auch was wirtschaftliche Beziehungen und auch den Handel betrifft. Klar ist, dass die anderen Fragen davon getrennt zu betrachten sind. Das sind dann Fragen des Völkerrechts, das sind dann Fragen, die auf dieser Ebene auch erörtert werden müssen. Und ich habe Israel erwähnt ja als Beispiel, dass wir ja da über die Handelsabkommen hinaus schon eine Standardisierung im Pharmabereich haben. Oder wie wir in Kanada über die Handelsabkommen hinaus eine Standardisierung im Bereich von Chemie und Maschinenbau haben. Als Beispiel, dass das die Grundlage wäre, auch für weitere Schritte.
Sie haben die digitale Souveränität Europas angesprochen. Im deutschen Koalitionsvertrag steht, man möchte einen Deutschland-Stack aufbauen. Man denkt also an eine deutsche Cloud. Sollte die neue Regierung in Berlin auch mal ein bisschen europäischer denken, wenn es um digitale Souveränität geht?
Ich halte das für eine Schlüsselfrage, nicht nur für unsere Souveränität, sondern auch für unsere Wettbewerbsfähigkeit. Ich erwarte mir, wenn die Kommission die Binnenmarktstrategie vorlegt, dass es auch ein starkes Kapitel gibt im Bereich digitaler Binnenmarkt. Es kann doch nicht sein, dass digitale Handelsplätze wie Amazon von Amerika kontrolliert werden oder Temu und Shein über China kontrolliert werden. Es kann doch nicht sein, dass Social-Media-Plattformen, die nachhaltig Gesellschaft und Politik beeinflussen, außerhalb der Kontrolle von Europa sind. Und das muss das ureigenste Interesse sein, dass wir in diesen Fragen die Souveränität wieder zurückgewinnen.
Glauben Sie nach Ausweitung des EWR wäre es auch denkbar, dass Handelsabkommen, die eben schon seit Jahren in Verhandlung sind in Asien, Mercosur, dass die vielleicht ausgeweitet werden, dass man die auch noch vertieft und ausweitet?
Ich bitte um Verständnis, dass bei so einer weitreichenden Forderung wie dieser der Weiterentwicklung des EWRs man nicht von heute auf morgen das Ergebnis hat. Das Ergebnis kann man nur gemeinsam entwickeln mit den Mitgliedstaaten. Ich habe ein Ziel vorgegeben, dass ich glaube, wir brauchen einen Binnenmarkt, der nicht an den europäischen Grenzen endet. Ich glaube, es gibt eine gute Grundlage bereits mit einzelnen Staaten, aber genau darum geht es jetzt, dass wir eine Art Non-Paper entwickeln, wo wir dann auch einmal gewisse Leitpunkte und Eckpunkte auch festmachen. Die Hauptbotschaft ist, wir müssen uns handelspolitisch diversifizieren, wir müssen ein Klumpenrisiko in diesem Bereich vermeiden.
Bis wann erwarten Sie das Non-Paper?
Bitte?
Bis wann erwarten Sie, dass da wirklich ein Papier auf dem Tisch liegt?
Diese Diskussion werden wir jetzt starten.
Erlauben Sie uns eine Frage zu den Auswirkungen der US-Politik auf Unternehmen, ganz konkret jetzt, was Gleichstellungspolitik angeht. SAP hat jetzt angekündigt, die Frauenquote zu streichen. Die waren bis jetzt Vorreiter bei der Diversitätspolitik. Muss Europa da fürchten, dass Gleichstellungsziele aufgegeben werden, aufgeweicht werden, weil man fürchtet, Regierungsaufträge in den USA zu verlieren?
Europa muss sich vor niemanden fürchten, weder vor Donald Trump noch von sonst jemand. Wir sind der größte Binnenmarkt, wir können selbstbewusst auftreten, aber es ist klar, wenn es Verhandlungen gibt, wenn es anstehende Verhandlungen gibt, da gehört das Säbelrasseln dazu. Entscheidend ist das Ergebnis.
Das heißt, Sie sehen das Aufweichen der Frauenquote als Säbelrasseln?
Es werden Positionen bezogen, jetzt werden unterschiedliche Positionen auch eingenommen. Ich glaube, wir können selbstbewusst auftreten, was unsere Grundlage und unser Verständnis von Wirtschaftspolitik ist. Das ist ein breiteres als nur Handelspolitik. Das hat Europa in der Geschichte auch immer stark gemacht und ich sehe keinen Grund, unsere Positionen zu verändern.
Ist auf dieser Liste der Kommission präsentiert hat von ziemlich 100 Milliarden. Gibt es etwas drauf, was Österreich lieber nicht drauf hat?
Ich bitte um Verständnis. Wir haben jetzt ausgemacht bis Mitte Juni, dass wir Einverständnis über die Liste auch erzeugen und dass wir dann darüber reden, welche Produktgruppen. Für mich ist wichtig, Österreich war ja bereits sehr erfolgreich bei den ersten Listen, die wir verabschiedet haben, insbesondere was die industrielle Vorproduktion betrifft. Das werden wir uns genau wieder anschauen. anschauen, welche Produktgruppen haben für uns eine gewisse Relevanz und anhand dessen dann entscheiden. Aber das müssen wir mit der Wirtschaft diskutieren, das müssen wir mit der Industrie diskutieren, weil wir müssen auch unsere wirtschaftspolitischen Interessen auch im Rahmen dieser Liste verfolgen. In diesem Sinne herzlichen Dank und einen schönen Tag.
Danke.
Internationale Handelsbeziehungen von zentraler Bedeutung für Österreich und für die Europäische Union. Das betrifft auf einen die Beziehungen.
When the US is raising tariffs and turning inwards, Europe should open up even more. Sweden will continue to be the most free trade friendly country in Europe. We will put forward an initiative together with Austria to collaborate even more or to even join the CPTPP in order to increase trade with our Asian friends. I recently came from Vietnam and Japan, and a lot of the world's growth right now is happening specifically in Asia. So we can do a lot more together with the CPTPP. Sweden will also take an initiative today to reopen the free trade negotiations with Australia. As we all know, the negotiations fell short 2 years ago, and after the elections in Australia for 2 weeks ago, we think there's a good opportunity to reopen the negotiation with Australia. Thank you.
Wir wollen solide, ernsthafte Verhandlungen auf Augenhöhe. Das bedeutet für mich, dass wir den
We're analyzing it. Of course, it's a lot larger list than the last one, so we will keep calm and analyze it carefully, and of course have a close dialogue with the Commission. If Europe takes if the UK-US deal is what Europe gets, then the US can expect countermeasures from our side. We will not be happy with that kind of deal. It's not a free trade deal. I wouldn't barely call it a trade deal at all. It's the baseline is still there. There are some exempts for some companies. I think the way to make deals in that way. I'm a free market man, and I like free markets, and it shouldn't be lobbyists in Washington that gets the exempts. It should be as broad lower tariffs as possible. Excuse me?
Auch mit den Verhandlungen mit den USA. Unabhängig davon, und ich habe das gestern in Berlin zum Ausdruck gebracht.
Our relationship with China should stand on its own legs, so we should have a close dialogue with China as well. Of course, China, they have to decide themselves right now what path to walk on. Of course, I've told the Minister of Trade in China as well that they're talking a lot of the WTO rules, but they have to follow it as well. We're all for competition here in Europe, but it has to be a competition on a level playing field.
Are you more optimistic after the UK-China negotiations?
It's very, very small steps forward, but it's not a free trade deal. I'm not even sure if I would call it a trade deal, because the baseline tariffs are still there, and it's far away. If you look at the years before Trump, it's far away from good for trade. So if that's what's waiting Europe, then the US can expect countermeasures from our side. Ja, hej. Vad sa jag? Jag sa att regeringen på det här mötet kommer att lägga fram ett initiativ att återuppta frihandelsförhandlingarna med Australien. De gick ju i sank för 2 år sedan. Nu har Australien haft val för 2 år sedan, eller för 2 veckor sedan, och det är ett bra läge att nu återuppta förhandlingarna. Det är i princip ett färdigförhandlat avtal, så att det borde bara vara för parterna att signera, implementera det, och så kan vi ha ett mycket stort frihandelsavtal på plats redan under året. Så fick jag också frågor om Storbritannien och den amerikanska och Storbritanniens deal, och om det är vad som väntar Europa, så kan USA förvänta sig att vi kommer att gå fram med motåtgärder, för att det är långt ifrån ett frihandelsavtal. Jag är inte ens säker på att jag skulle kalla det ett handelsavtal överhuvudtaget, utan bastullarna ligger fortfarande kvar. Det finns enskilda undantag för sektorer och för företag, men det är långt ifrån hur världen och hur handeln såg ut innan Trump. Så att det är inte någonting som vi kommer att acceptera. Och det är ju myrsteg i rätt riktning i form av att det ändå är någon form av avtal, både med Kina och med Storbritannien. Men Europa har man inte alls kommit lika långt fram, så att de kommande veckorna tror jag inte man kan förvänta sig någon form av avtal mellan EU och USA, tyvärr.
Det har gått redan drygt en tredjedel av den här 90-dagars pausen. Är du orolig för att det inte blir något? Det har inte hänt så mycket heller.
Jag tror att den pausen mycket väl kan komma att förlängas. Men det vi har sett de senaste dagarna är väl återigen att det sker myrsteg i den riktningen. Men EU och USA har i dagsläget inte skarpa förhandlingar i form av att man faktiskt går igenom varukategori efter varukategori och sätter sig ner. Och det är därför vi också nu går fram med ytterligare ett motåtgärdspaket på 95 miljarder euro, just för att försöka sätta press på den amerikanska administrationen, sätta press på USAs ekonomi för att de sätter sig ner och har seriösa förhandlingar med oss. Vi har inte eskalerat situationen, vi har skjutit på våra motåtgärder, vår dörr till förhandlingar har varit öppen hela tiden, men från USAs sida så har intresset hittills varit mycket, mycket begränsat.
Ser du bland motåtgärderna som lagts fram någon risk för att svenska intressen skadas? Har ni gått igenom det noga?
Det är exakt det vi håller på att analysera just nu, och det är klart att den listan som nu ligger på bordet är mycket, mycket högre än den 25 miljarder euro-listan som presenterades för ett par månader sedan. Så vi kommer att analysera det mycket noggrant just för att säkerställa svenska jobb och svensk ekonomi. För att vi vill inte skjuta oss själva i foten nu. Vi vill ju sätta press på USA, vi vill inte att det här skadar Europas och Sveriges konkurrenskraft.
Så det blir en avvägning mellan att en del saker som kanske smärtar lite EU-länderna mot att ha effektiva motåtgärder, eller hur ska man ta bort allt som skadar EU?
Men om man ska vara helt ärlig, alltså en tull är ju en skatt som både påverkar det exporterande bolaget och de inhemska konsumenterna. Så vilken produkt vi än lägger fram som motåtgärd så kommer det på något sätt antingen begränsa valfriheten eller höja priserna här i Europa. Men det handlar om att göra det på ett sätt där vi gör så liten skada som möjligt på oss själva och så mycket skada som möjligt för den amerikanska ekonomin, just för att sätta press på administrationen att sätta sig ner och ha seriösa förhandlingar med oss.
Det brittiska avtalet, följer det WTO-reglerna verkligen?
Det kommer nog vara år av den typen av samtal, huruvida, men man kan ju konstatera att mycket av det som kommer från USA följer definitivt inte WTO-reglerna. Det tror jag är särskilt viktigt nu att Europa fortsätter att hålla sig till WTO-regelverket, just för att alla andra ska göra det. Man får ge upp lite tanken på att USA kommer att vara en stark vän när det kommer till WTO, men vi ska göra allt vad vi kan för att andra länder, inte minst i andra viktiga handelspartners som vi har, fortsätter att hålla sig till regelverket. Så att det får bli lite olika parallella spår. Men WTO, även om det är mycket som inte fungerar, så lägger det ändå en kappa över handelshinder och tullar som ändå har en nedpressande roll. Och det tycker vi från Sveriges sida såklart är mycket positivt.
Jag får ju 10% som en sorts mininivå. Kan man förvänta sig kanske att andra handelspartner som har handelsöverskott med USA också får? Det betyder det då att det blir kvar några, hur man än förhandlar så blir det kvar EU-tullar mot USA, eller hur
tänker du nu?
Ja, nej, men alltså, kanske för många situationer att om Storbritannien får kanske det är en sorts basingång för andra avtal också, och det betyder att
den stora skillnaden är att Europa och EU är en mycket, mycket större ekonomi. Så att det är mycket viktigare för USAs företag att få tillgång till den europeiska marknaden än för den brittiska marknaden. Så att vi har ju några av de största musklerna i hela världen just nu. Så att jag tror inte man ska ta det brittiska avtalet som ett kvitto på att det är exakt så det europeiska avtalet kan komma att se ut. Men det är ingen överdrivet positiv signal vad som väntar oss andra. Det skulle jag inte säga.
Diversifiering då, vad är de största möjligheterna? Du nämnde Australien, andra länder som kan ge mycket och inom räckhåll.
Jag kan börja med att säga så här, politiskt, bara det när jag jämför med mina första FAC-handelmöten för 6-7 månader sedan, så har det skett ett enormt skifte. När man åkte till Bryssel då och sa att vi borde få fram snabbare frihandelsavtal med flera olika länder, då var det typ vi, Finland, kanske något av baltländerna som sa samma sak. När man åker hit nu, då kanske 1, 2, 3 länder som inte säger det. Alla andra har anslutit sig till vår frihandelsvänliga position. Så att där ser jag ett tydligt ljus i tunneln. Och intresset för Europa som marknad har också ökat hos andra länder. Där man känner att om vi signerar och implementerar ett frihandelsavtal, då kommer inte vi 3 månader senare höja tullarna med 20%. Så det är mycket positivt. Och det finns ju flera, både regioner och länder, som ligger relativt nära att faktiskt gå för landning nu. Mercosur, det har jag tjatat om många gånger tidigare, stora delar av Sydamerika. Vi har Indien. Indonesien går det väldigt bra framåt också, Mexiko. Jag tror att Australien, som jag nämnde tidigare, det är därför just vi tar det initiativet också. För att det är ett i princip färdigförhandlat avtal som skulle kunna vara implementerat och klart redan under året. Så att det är klart att USA är fortsatt en mycket viktig marknad för svensk del. Men då kan vi göra vad vi kan i alla fall för att öppna nya handelsrutter för svenska företag.
Alltså man kanske minska ner på EUs krav i de här handelsavtalen, kanske på klimat, miljö, mänskliga rättigheter vet jag inte, men arbetsmiljö och sådana saker. Är det en framkomlig väg? Bör EU gå till hållet för att få till?
Ja, regeringen har sökt stöd för exakt den positionen i riksdagen, vilket vi också fick, så att det är nu den svenska regeringens position att vi öppnar upp även för det som kallas för rena avtal. Det betyder inte att avtalen inte ska innehålla delar om djurhållning och annat som är viktigt för oss. Jag menar, handel bygger på att man följer de regler som finns på den europeiska marknaden. Men vi vill se ökad flexibilitet för kommissionen. Det här är ju tusentals sidor. Mercosur har tagit över 25 år att förhandla fram. Det är tid vi inte har idag. En annan sån praktisk fråga är att det kan ta 1 till 2 år från att avtalet är genomröstat, är på väg att implementeras, till att bara översätta det till alla EU-språk. Där Sverige nu tar initiativ och driver att låt oss då det avtalet som finns på engelska, låt det börja gälla på en gång. Och sen kan man då parallellt översätta till alla språk. Det viktigaste nu är att vi får fram nya frihandelsavtal och att de börjar gälla så fort som bara möjligt.
För att företag ska tycka att det blir orättvis konkurrens då, om de får tillverkare utanför EU får mycket enklare miljöregler och så vidare.
Nej, alla svenska företag jag pratar med är väldigt positiva till frihandel, för det öppnar också upp nya marknader för dem i andra länder. Och svenska globala företag som exporterar idag har ju värdekedjor som spänner över många olika länder. En lastbil som tillverkas i Sverige kan ju ha komponenter från 30, 40, 50 olika länder. Det är klart att om man kan köpa in dem billigare så gör ju det svenska företaget också mer konkurrenskraftigt.
Minister, question in English, if I may. Your Austrian colleague just told me that you're going to talk today about broadening of the European economic area. He's suggesting, for example, to invite Canada and Israel to a broader project of the European economic area. Are you in favor of that? Is that the right discussion at the moment?
Yes, we just talked about it a few minutes ago. We have the exact same position when it comes to CPTPP. CPTPP is a free trade area. It's 15% of the world economy, and of course Europe. Together with Europe, we're roughly, we're roughly 1/3 of the global economy. So I think we should explore new routes in order to get new free trade agreements and even to negotiate with entire blocks. We did it with Mercosur. Of course, it took 25 years. We have to move a lot faster than that, but the CPTPP is one of the areas. And I just came from Asia, visiting both Vietnam and Japan, and a lot of the growth happening right now is in the Pacific area and especially in Asia. So we would gladly support an Austrian initiative when it comes to the CPTPP.
Thank you.
Ja, absolut. Tack.
Good morning. Today we will discuss trade relations with the US, European economic security, and the ongoing trade negotiations with our other trading partners. On the US, we support the European Commission on finding the appropriate solution with our US partners. We would like to have the talks with the US intensified more in order for both parties to understand each other better. On European economic security, we support the approach to streamline the process, to improve coordination and communication among the member states. And on trade negotiations with our other trading partners, we're looking forward to hear the updates from the Commission. And we believe it's the right momentum to fight the closure with India and Mercosur on the trade agreement. Thank you.
Buenos días.
Miren, vamos directamente a las preguntas si quieren.
Ya estoy cuando queráis.
Ministro, ¿es más optimista sobre las negociaciones con Estados Unidos tras esos acuerdos que se han alcanzado con el Reino Unido o China, o esos acuerdos son muy pequeños, muy preliminares?
Bueno, yo creo que se van dando pasos, efectivamente, y son pasos positivos en cuanto no solo a esos acuerdos o preacuerdos, tanto con Reino Unido como con China, sino que además en el marco de las negociaciones que se están llevando a cabo entre Estados Unidos y la Unión Europea, con la Comisión liderando la voz de los 27 Estados miembros, también van avanzando poco a poco, pero estamos dentro de este marco de 90 días que nos hemos dado. Ya estamos llegando a ese paso que comentábamos el martes, que es muy importante, de empezar a delimitar los principales elementos de discusión, de negociación, y por lo tanto en general yo creo que en estas últimas semanas estamos teniendo buenas noticias, dando pasos hacia adelante.
De la cláusula anti-China que se ha incluido en el acuerdo Estados Unidos-Reino Unido, ¿sería aceptable para España que la Unión Europea hiciese algún tipo de concesión en sus relaciones con China para bajar los aranceles con Estados Unidos?
Bueno, no hemos visto el detalle del acuerdo entre Estados Unidos y Reino Unido. En cualquier caso, yo creo que ya hemos sido muy claros con respecto a lo que tiene que hacer la Unión Europea como gran socio o como gran, diríamos, bloque comercial y bloque económico a nivel internacional, y es mantener una actuación y una actitud frente a los grandes poderes económicos de igual a igual, por supuesto teniendo en cuenta que pueden ser, como es el caso de China, un rival, puede ser un competidor en muchos aspectos, pero que también puede ser un socio estratégico en otros, con intereses que tenemos conjuntos, comunes. Para nosotros el acceso, por ejemplo, a un enorme mercado como es el mercado chino, o la atracción de inversiones que puedan suponer el cierre de la brecha tecnológica en algunos sectores clave. Yo creo que hay que ir con una mente abierta, con una agenda muy clara de seguridad económica que proteja los intereses de la Unión, pero sentarnos como gran bloque comercial a todas las mesas de negociación.
¿La Unión Europea estaría satisfecha con un acuerdo como el que ha logrado Reino Unido o espera algo más ventajoso?
Bueno, cada acuerdo yo creo que aquí va a tener sus propias características. Nosotros lo que esperamos es un acuerdo justo y equilibrado, y para eso es importante, y tenemos hoy una reunión de ministros de Comercio, que se siga manteniendo esa unidad de acción en torno a la actuación del comisario, de la Comisión Europea, como negociador por parte de los Estados miembros. Yo creo que esto es lo que nos va a dar la posibilidad de tener esa voz suficientemente grande, suficientemente potente en esta mesa de negociación como para conseguir un acuerdo justo. Eso es lo importante. Cada acuerdo tiene sus características, tiene elementos sectoriales específicos, distintos. Desde la Unión Europea tenemos claro cómo lo queremos enfocar y seguimos avanzando, dando pasos en la buena dirección, y esperemos que en los próximos días, próximas semanas, sigamos también en esta buena línea.
Ministro,
Yeah, so we haven't seen the details of the US-UK agreement, but in any case, I think it's a good step in terms of really showing that this 90 days period is actually bringing fruits and is bearing fruit. And it's showing that basically with a proactive and constructive attitude we can reach agreements, and this is what we are having from the European Union. We're extending our hand to the US. We're really trying to get to reach this balanced and fair agreement, and we think that both the UK-US agreement and also the 90 days extension in the or suspension in the China-US tariff conflict as well are both good signs going ahead. In the specifics of the US-EU, I think it's a good sign also that we're now beginning to define what the perimeter of the specific elements in the negotiation is, and that perimeter will allow us then, once defined, to really get into the technical details that we will need to reach that agreement in principle within these 90 days. So all in all, I think these are positive signs and positive developments as well.
Minister, 10%, is that acceptable to you?
Well, again, I think the 10% is one element of the negotiation. We have to look at it not in isolation, but what the final deal will be, and that will, of course, include also sectoral agreements, and it will all boil down to a new specific effective tariff rate. We will see what that tariff rate is, but in any case, we cannot just isolate one element. We will have to see how balanced the final deal is, and hopefully it will be a balanced and fair one.
¿Le parece que tiene alguna relevancia el hecho de que Estados Unidos haya dejado las negociaciones con la Unión Europea detrás de las chinas o con el Reino Unido?
Bueno, yo creo que estamos trabajando desde el principio de manera muy intensa con Estados Unidos, y los acuerdos o estos principios de acuerdo irán llegando conforme vaya siendo posible. Yo no creo que haya habido ninguna intención de priorizar un acuerdo sobre otro. Como he dicho, estamos ya teniendo avances sustantivos con respecto a la definición de las áreas a negociar. Cada relación bilateral es distinta, compleja, heterogénea. En el caso de Unión Europea y Estados Unidos es la relación comercial más importante del mundo. Ya lo hemos dicho muchas veces, hay mucho que proteger y, por lo tanto, de ahí esa voluntad por parte de la Unión de querer llegar a un acuerdo. Y, de nuevo, yo creo que vamos dando pasos positivos. Hoy esperamos esas novedades por parte del comisario Šefčovič. Sabemos que han tenido también contactos en los últimos días. Seguimos dando pasos en la buena dirección, y para mí esto es lo esencial.
Ministro, ¿qué piensa de la lista de 95.000 millones que la Comisión ha preparado? ¿Cree que sería reducida significativamente las negociaciones con los Estados miembros o solo será pulida?
Bueno, estamos ahora haciendo un análisis de esta lista preliminar que nos envió la Comisión Europea. Todos los Estados miembros estamos precisamente en este ejercicio. La discutiremos, tendremos una discusión preliminar hoy. Todavía no se ha tomado ninguna decisión, pero en cualquier caso es importante, yo creo, que sigamos trabajando en esta vía alternativa, pero priorizando la negociación. Tenemos que saber qué sucederá o por dónde irá, en este caso, la actuación de la Unión Europea en el caso de que no se consiga un acuerdo, porque esto yo creo que da más transparencia y predecibilidad a la actuación.
Talk tour took place for bloggers. It was organized together with Rosmalajosh, the NGO of the Office of World Youth Festival. 35 representatives from 19 countries started tours on memorial sites of the Great Patriotic War. There were 4 routes: Moscow, the Volgograd region, St. Petersburg, Leningrad region, St. Petersburg.
Well, again, we haven't seen the details of the UK-US deal, and in any case, as we've been saying for the past years, the EU needs to be an important actor, a relevant actor at the international level. We need to be one of the big economic powers sitting at the negotiating table, and that means, of course, engaging in negotiations and in deals with all relevant actors, including the US as our first trading partner, but also including China and others. That's the agenda going forward, and I think that's where the EU is, and I think that's also what Spain is backing as one of the big Euro area countries, big EU countries, and that's the way ahead. Actually, a few weeks ago, when President Sanchez was in China, one of his main arguments was that China and the US need to sit and talk, and I think this is actually what's going on, and that's also good news for everyone.
But Commissioner Šefčovič talked about addressing Chinese air capacity in collaboration with
Well, that's one of the key elements that, for example, we're dealing with in the steel sector. where we have actually even reduced our safeguard clause in order to be able to deal with that excess capacity. So there is a way forward in terms of dealing also at the sector level with specific concerns due to excess capacity, oversupply worldwide. Sometimes it might be China, the main factor driving this excess capacity. Sometimes it might be other countries. There is a clear element here where there is an element for negotiation and a scope for an agreement also with the US. Muy bien.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias, chicos. Todo bien.
Was Produkt- und Zertifizierungsstandards betrifft, was die Anerkennung, aber was auch das ganze Harmonisieren und Digitalisieren von Zollverfahren, Zertifizierungsverfahren betrifft. Wir haben da ja schon gute Beispiele.
Good morning. I'm looking forward for discussions on US-EU trade relations, on current trade negotiations and also European economic security. Finland is very open trade minded, so we find it truly important that the negotiations with the EU and US are moving in the right direction, so I'm looking forward for Commission's updates and ministerial discussion on this topic.
10% baseline tariff to remain in place if the 25% on cars and steel would go. Is that Finland's position as well?
No, we are much more open trade minded, and I understand that the countries with heavy car industries of course highlight this tariff and the meaning, but I think 10% is not good at all to stick into, and I've seen some research from Fed as well that the 10% baseline for US toll is not good for them or their economy either, as European would have some countermeasure, counter toll as well. So basically, if we want to grow the transatlantic trade, we have to get the tolls as low as possible. I would personally be open for 0 to 0, but if that's not happening, then I hope we can adjust the tolls so that they are on a very low level anyways.
In terms of, the 0 for 0 is on the table. The US seems to want more access for its food and lower regulatory standards. How far do you think the EU is willing to go, the member states are willing to go, to drop those standards?
Well, Finland has I can say 2 points on Finland's approach on the regulation. First of all, I'd like to see more technological cooperation so that we could actually agree on standards more. That's something that I would be very welcoming to, and we have been doing that work for years. So I hope that work to continue with the EU and US relation. But on the other hand, while we are making new regulation now in the European Union, we should really focus that it's not damaging our competitiveness, because we know that when we do more regulation on our inner markets, they make it more difficult for us to build up new trade relations. So this is something that I'd really like us to keep an eye on, and I'm in favor of less bureaucracy anyhow.
About the UK-US trade agreement. Have you already?
No.
Okay. What do you make of that agreement? Do you think it's a good one for the UK, and should the EU strive to reach a similar agreement, or not?
How I see it, it's not an optimal agreement for UK in any means, but I understand that they have this is their way of trying to move forward with maybe negotiating a better stance in the future. Situations are moving so fast now, and as the agreements are ongoing all the time, I don't know if we can really kind of look too much to anyone else. We have to focus on our relationship with the United States, and I think we have more reasons than anyone actually to make a good agreements, as we have the biggest trade relation with the US-EU in the world, and also the investment relationship is the biggest.
Would it be acceptable to the EU to have something similar, basically involving, for example, a 10% baseline tariff?
No, that's not what I would be hoping for. Finland is very open trade minded, and you have to keep in mind that actually the 10% tariff wouldn't be beneficial for U.S. economy either, as European Union would have some counter measure or have some have a tariff also. I don't think we can live in a situation where the other ones would just build up more tariffs and try to benefit their own industries, and we would do nothing. That's not our line. I think we want to negotiate an open trade agreement as possible, or open trade. But if it's not possible, then we have to have a very equal level of tariffs.
You would support retaliation if it was a 10% baseline that the EU seemed to be left with?
Yeah, I don't think we should kind of. I think I actually just got a research from Fed. I think it was from Dallas, but research on these tariff baselines that actually even 10% is not useful for U.S. economy if there is a EU rise in the tariffs as well. So I don't think we should let them kind of think that we wouldn't do any countermeasure.
Retaliation would further damage their economy, and is that the thinking?
No, I think we have to be on the level playing field with the Americans as well, and I know they are now benefiting from low US dollar rate as well. So I mean, I think they're having double benefit at the moment. The cheap US dollar and the tariff of 10% that they were able to keep now on this current ongoing negotiation. So I think these are already two ways that are actually benefiting their industries. I don't think this is a very long-lasting solution. So the negotiations are ongoing, and Finland is looking for more open and equal trade.
To keep a 10% tariff, you would say basically the EU should kind of do the same, or at least have some sort of balancing measures.
Yes, exactly. I don't think it would be a good idea to keep it like that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How are we?
Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, sir.
We'll just say a few words and then take some questions.
Well, I'm very pleased to be here today in Brussels for a meeting with trade counterparts from across the European Union. I think it's an important opportunity to take stock. Obviously, an awful lot has happened since the last Trade Council met only in Luxembourg. It's now 37 days into the 90-day pause that has been put in place in relation to the higher rate of tariffs, and the reason I mention that is we're nearly at the halfway point of the pause, and therefore there isn't a moment to lose in terms of getting into substantive engagement between the EU and the US. I think the EU have shown real form in relation to this, in constructively engaging with the United States, in Maroš Šefčovič staying in very close contact with his counterparts in Washington. But now I believe is the time for formal engagement and negotiation to begin. And I really hope today we have an opportunity to get the latest thinking of the Commission in relation to that, and also have an exchange of ideas as Member States. I look forward later today to having a bilateral with the Trade Commissioner. It'll be an important opportunity for me to update him on my latest conversations with the pharma industry. I hosted a roundtable meeting yesterday in government buildings with the pharma sector, a very important sector not just to the Irish economy but also to the European economy, and I very much appreciate that position is now recognised across the European Union. There's around 10 member states that have significant pharma presence, and it's really important that in our negotiations with the EU and the US that this is included, and I think it would be extraordinarily bad faith if the US was to take any actions against a sector whilst the EU and the US are in a process of engagement. So I would today repeat my call that there should be no further escalatory actions by the US when we're trying to actually engage and find a way forward that is good for the EU economy, good for the Irish economy, and good for the US economy as well.
On that 95 billion retaliatory list the EU's prepping, what sectors are you going to be talking to Maroš Šefčovič about that are of sensitivity to Ireland? Are you trying to get bourbon off the list? Are you trying to get medical devices off the list?
So I think every country, when they look at that list, will see certain elements on the list that would have a particular impact. And I think from an Irish perspective, and I must say we're still analysing the list, this is a list that has nearly 5,000 items on it in terms of tariff lines. It runs to about 200 pages. list is misrepresented or misunderstood. The EU and Ireland want to be in a position to tear up this list. We don't ever want to see this list implemented, but we obviously have to be prepared if we can't get to a place where there isn't an agreement. But the European Union, we're very united in this. European unity is so strong in relation to this. We want to see a deal. We want to see a deal that is good. We want to see a deal that's much more ambitious than some of the deals we've seen so far. I mean, 10% can't become the new norm. I mean, certainly it can if that's what the US wish. It's not the scale of the EU ambition. We want 0 for 0 tariffs. We want free trade. We want to break down trade barriers. And it's in that vein and with that scale of ambition that Ireland approaches today's meeting, and I know that the European Union approaches its engagement with the US.
But the US appears to want more than 0 for 0 on industrial goods. They're talking about access for their food. They're talking about lower regulatory barriers. How far is Ireland and your fellow ministers prepared to go to give the US what it wants? Are you going to lower standards, food standards, tech?
No, so I mean standards really matter. I mean there's always room for discussion around alignment and a greater understanding and a greater amount of alignment between two great trading blocs, the United States and the European Union, and we'd be foolish to negotiate in public in relation to this. But 37 days into a 90-day pause, we do need to get beyond kind of intermittent contact into really substantive, serious engagement. And I hope now that you've seen the US and China step back from the brink in terms of a 90-day pause. You've seen some element of an agreement between the US and the UK. I really hope that bandwidth can now be applied from a US point of view to engaging in a substantive and meaningful way with the European Union. If they're willing to do that, and I believe from my meeting with Commerce Secretary Lutnick, I believe they are, if they're willing to do that, they will find a European Union that's willing to talk about everything. That doesn't mean we'll agree on everything. We're willing to talk about everything because that's the mature, responsible way to behave. But I do need to reiterate, what we can't see during this period is further action by the US administration. They certainly haven't seen it by the EU. That is escalatory in terms of new hits to the European economy, including the pharma sector.
What would it mean if they were to escalate it? What could or would the EU do?
Well, I think it would just create a bad environment. I mean, I think it would be acting in bad faith. And I think if you want a negotiation to succeed, it's always important to try to de-escalate. In fairness to President Trump, 37 days ago, he put in place the 90-day pause. We in Ireland, we in Europe welcomed that. That was a de-escalatory measure. We need to keep the environment de-escalatory. We've been very conscious of that in relation to Europe. We've only been announcing potential measures that might be considered should a deal not be reached. And I just think it would certainly make the backdrop for agreement much harder. So it would be counterproductive.
You said the 10% baseline tariff was not acceptable. If it were put in place and couldn't be removed, would it be appropriate for the EU to have corresponding rebalancing measures?
We'll decide that if and when we get to that point, and I don't want to accept that as the reality, or I don't want to lower the scale of our ambition, because we're very clear, and I think Maroš Šefčovič has done excellent work here in outlining a unified European position, which is in many areas 0 for 0. I find it somewhat concerning that when you do see deals that the US have cut in relation to trade, those deals might make a country better off in terms of their trading relationship with the US than they were 2 weeks ago, but objectively worse off than they were 3 or 4 months ago. So it's all about when you start the point of comparison, isn't it? But I mean, we want to get to a point where there is a better, stronger trading relationship with the United States and the European Union, not just something that's better than 37 days ago.
Minister, just to go back to pharmaceuticals for a moment, since you met with the industry yesterday, President Trump said just a couple of days ago he'd like to see a move to what he calls most favored nation pricing for pharmaceuticals, and to tie American prices potentially to European prices. What do you think of what he's saying there? And he had some strong criticism for Europe in terms of I think suggesting freeloading on American spending on pharmaceuticals.
I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding from elements of the United States administration in terms of how the pharma sector works in terms of global supply chains. And I would have made this point when I met with Secretary Lutnick, that actually the EU and the US are very interdependent when it comes to the pharma sector. I believe that actually if the European Union and the United States get in a room, I actually believe we can make progress on pharma that is good for both the US and the European Union. I mean, President Trump has an ambition, as is his right. It's probably something you'd expect any president to have, that he wants to see more jobs and more factories and more plants created in the United States. It's a perfectly legitimate aspiration of the President of the United States to have. But that also needs to be balanced with this recognition that his companies, to use his phrase, US companies, who want to do business in this trading bloc in the European Union need to have, or certainly it's advantageous to have, a presence in the European Union. So we're going through a period of good weather in Ireland at the moment, but that's not the norm. Pharma companies don't locate in Ireland for the sunshine. They locate in Ireland because they want access to 460 million consumers. They locate in Ireland and Europe, including many other member states, because they do very well out of there. They make a lot of money. It's good for them. And the idea that you'd actually shrink the global reach of your pharma companies, I don't think makes any objective economic or financial sense. So we can have a good conversation about pharma, I believe. I believe there's lots of areas where the EU in relation to this. But I would say to the President, respectfully, the disruption to supply, the impact on the price of drugs is very real, and I think the impact in a very practical sense on the companies and their ability to do business and do it in an effective and profitable way in the European Union would be challenged. So we reject, I mean, I know there's a Section 232 investigation, but I mean the idea that Ireland or the European Union poses any sort of security threat to the United States in terms of the presence of pharma is absurd.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And deepening of trade relations. Your Austrian colleague will suggest to invite Canada and Israel to join some kind of bigger European economic area. Is this something that should be discussed right now, and especially in regard with Israel?
So no is my view. I mean, I have very strong views in relation to the actions of the Israeli government currently, and I can differentiate very clearly between the people of Israel and the government of Israel, but the Israeli government is engaging in war crimes in Gaza. There is an EU-Israel association agreement in place. Within that association agreement there are human rights clauses. They're not there to make people feel good or to pad out the document. They're not discretionary, they're not optional. They're a core part of how this union does its business with other countries in other parts of the world, and they're clearly not being adhered to. And I share the view that Ireland has long held, that Spain holds. I welcome the intervention of my Dutch counterpart last week, that this association agreement needs to be reviewed, and I now intend to intensify the engagement on that point with counterparts. I intend to formally raise it at the next meeting of foreign ministers. I hope to be joined by a number of other countries in relation to that. And then just more broadly on trade, I think in the here and now, and we have a very good trading relationship with Canada. Ireland looks forward to ratifying the CETA agreement shortly. But I think having European unity is really important, and I think keeping that, maintaining that, strengthening that should be our first priority, and giving our Commissioner the mandate to speak with one voice for the European Union.
Thank you very much, folks. Appreciate it.
As earlier, the Kiev regime is trying to create a show around negotiations. They have made different and mutually exceptional statements made by the Office of the President. the long-term and durable peace on the historical perspective, as the Russian president said, is our priority. That is the determination of the Russian delegation that has arrived to Istanbul already. These were its instructions at the negotiations, and this topic was presented in detail by the Russian president at the corresponding press conference. As for the Ukrainian side, to what it's ready, how it is ready to negotiations, today, this day in Istanbul will show their intentions. Thank you. Sinhua, please. Yes, I'm present. Thank you, Ms. Zaharova. I'm from Sinhua. Earlier, you answered the question of my colleague from the China Media Corporation. But anyway, I would like to ask my question about China-US high-level negotiations on trade and economic issues. They have recently taken place in Geneva. According to the official representative of the Chinese Ministry of Commerce, a significant progress was made at the negotiations by the significant reduction of bilateral customs tariffs. What can you add to what you have just already said? I can only add that these agreements will serve as the breeding ground for further development of balanced solutions.
TRT. Hüseyin Bey, kamera. I'm sorry. Madam. Ya iyisin Ayşenur. İyisin. Hey. Selim şunları çeksene ya. Şundan. İyi mi?
Şöyle görünce kolun gidiyor kaldırınca da. Başkanlığı uçağına vereceğim.
The visit was cancelled. What is the current status of Russia-Azerbaijan relations these days? We develop our bilateral relations based on the declaration on union cooperation signed in February 2022. Our side is determined to consistently realize the potential of this document that is key for bilateral relations, as well as for addressing all matters that might arise in a mutually beneficial and mutually respectful basis. We have contacts at various levels, at the level of the government, at the level of the foreign ministry. You know, it's quite surprising. I do apologize. Probably I wouldn't be able to give you the exact meaning, but the parade unit was sent by Azerbaijan, and they attended the military parade, and they paid respects to the soldiers who served in various parts of the USSR, ethnic Azerbaijanis. I'm talking about them. As if it didn't happen. Why don't you pay attention to that? We paid attention to that, to be honest, and we were happy that at that day, together with the citizens of Azerbaijan and ethnic Azerbaijanis who live in Azerbaijan and in Russia and in other countries, that we were happy that we were united, that we were mutually respectful to the historic memory, and that we acknowledged the act of heroism committed by our ancestors. We need to pay most attention to that. And as for the schedule of leaders, it was already explained by the Presidential Executive Office. There are so many reasons for that, and it is wrong and very dangerous to not see the obvious thing. News.ru, please.
AFP logosunu ayarlar mısın?
Hangisini bıraktınız? Yani ben...
Logoyu biraz çevirsin.
Abi.
AFP logosunu biraz çevir. Tolga logoyu, benim logoyu çevirsene. Benim logoyu da çevirir misin abi? Gözükecek şekilde.
Tam dik koysana Hüseyin, dimdik koy.
Diyarbakır'dan alabilirsiniz. Abi açık bu.
Hop mikrofon düştü. Düştü.
Geliyor adam.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
President will make a statement, then you will probably have a little bit more.
Very briefly, I will speak Ukrainian language. You'll get translation from colleagues. Передусім хочу подякувати президенту Ердогану за організацію зустрічі, можливість прямої перемоги. Саме такі сигнали про пряму перемогу українських сторон підтвердили їх і сьогодні саме тут, у столиці. В Анкарі. Що стосується нашого рівня, делегація у нас на найвищому рівні, Міністерство закордонних справ, мій офіс, військові, наші розвідки, представники всіх розвідок, до речі. І для того, щоб приймати будь-які рішення, які можуть привести до очікуваного справедливого миру. Що стосується високого рівня зустрічі, ми почнемо з зустрічі з президентом Ердоганом, з усією широкою делегацією Туреччини. Ми в контакті з американською стороною, а вони, думаю, також будуть в Туреччині на високому рівні. Подивимось, але рівень русських поки що мені офіційно невідомий, але із того, що ми бачимо, більше схоже на бутафорський рівень. Ми подумаємо, що будемо робити, які будуть наші кроки після розмови з президентом Ердоганом. Я думаю, у нас буде кілька годин для важливої розмови, дуже важливих рішень. Ми повинні розуміти, що за рівень російської делегації, який у них мандат, чи спроможні вони хоч щось самі приймати. Тому що нам всім відомо, хто в Росії приймає рішення. Дякую. Будемо в контакті, ми обов'язково вийдемо до засобів масової інформації
після зустрічі з президентом Ердоганом. Ми подивимось, в якому форматі. Я точно зустрінусь. Дякую.
Halfway. Well, the Russian president said that we have to resume negotiations where they were interrupted by Britain, which put pressure on the Kiev regime back in 2022. So that was our rationale. But those talks turned out to be a failure. No, they weren't a failure. They were interrupted. Did Turkey interrupt them? No, that was Britain who did that. And that failure was reinforced by the Biden regime. So are we giving another chance to Ukraine? Our delegation has arrived in Turkey and is ready to work. Our provisions were declared as a basic approach by Russian President Vladimir Putin during his press conference on May 11th. Our comprehensive position was outlined by our president on June 14th, 2024. Thank you very much. My second question is, in which format and at what moment can Putin and Zelensky hold talks? As far as talks by heads of states go, you have to refer to the administration, the executive office of the president. Do we have Rudolf Channel with us? Thank you very much, Madam Zakharova. Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask this question. The Kurdistan Working Party, fighting against the official leadership of Turkey since 1984, took a decision on May 12, 2025 to cease the hostilities. How does Moscow assess the decision of this party, and how will this decision impact regional stability? I would give you a general answer. We welcome any measures aimed at settling this long-time ancient, if I might say so, conflict and to cease violence. The Russian Federation is interested in sustaining and strengthening the public and political stability in Turkey. Turkey is our important neighbor and partner. We are convinced that the solution of all existing problems in the country should be done through peaceful means and democratic dialogue, and we hope that all rights and liberties will be ensured by ethnic and religious groups, and the Turkish people will benefit from it. Do we have Verelk with us? Good afternoon, Madam Zakharova. Good afternoon. In May, Sergei Lavrov will visit Armenia. Do we have the date and the agenda of the visit? And is this visit connected with the opening of Consulate General of the Russian Federation in Sunik? As far as this visit goes, I can say that it is now under review. We will share all details of this visit with you, and we will answer also the second part of your question later. Do we have Reuters with us? Madam Zakharova, good afternoon. We have a question regarding today's talks in Istanbul. You have already answered the first part of my question, namely the provisions that Russia is going to present at these talks. You answered that Russian President Vladimir Putin voiced them on May 11th and last year as well. But are there any changes in the positions of the Russian Federation compared to what President Putin told during the press conference in June last year, and the conference and the documents that were presented at the conference in 2022? Let me answer your question. Yes, there are changes in our positions, and they are reflected in accordance with the changes on the ground. We just got a report from the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation. The Russian army liberated the settlements of Novoalexandrovka and Torska in the DPR. So these are changes on the ground that you're talking about. But I'm concerned about a different issue. Your wonderful agency, very professional one, always puts forward the question of human rights. We have talked for decades with you about different hotspots and conflicts. Why haven't you voiced this concern? Our president, our foreign minister have talked about it at length. Why aren't you asking about what is being done to people, to their rights? They are being eradicated. Those rights are corrected with core interest of the local people. This is surprising. You just turn the page and this subject is not being discussed at all. The right to language, freedom of speech, religious freedom, it's like it does not matter. Well, it matters. These are the root causes of the conflict, which nobody cares about in the West. Now we have a new president in the US and he recognizes them. The representatives of the global majority talked about them. How about the public? How about Western media? They cannot see the key factor in it. The people are being killed at all levels. They are trying. So the authorities are trying to reformat the mindsets of these people, to instill in them anti-human values that counter real humane values. So I would love to talk to you further if you have further questions. I am not attacking you. Don't think that. We're just having an interesting discussion. Thank you. My second question also is about the talks. Territories, border territories. Now, you're not interested about human rights, you're interested about territories. During the talks, will Russia insist on recognizing new regions in the borders that are now controlled by Russia, or will they be talking about the borders as they were when they were part of Ukraine? You'll maybe shudder at what I'm going to say, but Western, well, you are now bordering on Ukraine, so that you should be so much concerned about it. But if you must know, if it is your priority concern, you want to understand the links between the talks and the borders, I would like to remind you of a quote by Foreign Minister Lavrov, September 28th. That happened. It was on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly in New York, and he said the following: in April 2022, in Istanbul, there was an agreement between Russian and Ukrainian negotiators, and he said if that had been implemented, Ukraine would retain parts of Donbass. But each time, he added, when negotiations fail, Ukraine gets smaller and smaller. Everybody should remember this quote. Everybody who is trying to find the links between the talks and the size of areas. Do we have News Fran with us? Hello? I just have one question. European Union is going to spend 9 million euros in the coming week using frozen Russian assets. They also plan to allocate €1 billion to manufacture UAVs and missiles in Ukraine. So my question is that an unscrupulous cynicism? Is it an act of provocation? maybe the EU has large economic problems, so that they have to use Russian assets. Well, let me interrupt you. I am just now following the news, and the Zelensky called the level of the delegation, the Russian delegation in Istanbul, a fake one. We have presidential aide, deputy prime minister, deputy foreign minister. Well, who is using words like that? Fake. A clown who has no education, referring to people who have academic degrees, who have deserved recognition, who are professionals. So he is calling them fake. Who is he? On what grounds is he calling them that way? He used information technology and money to come to power.
How we doing, American warriors? What an absolute honor it is to be here amongst America's best alongside our allies. I look out into this audience and I truly see the eyes of American strength, the eyes of American deterrence, the eyes of Americans who put America first. So on behalf of a grateful nation, I want to thank you for your willingness to take the prime of your life to raise your right hand to defend our Constitution and our great nation. We salute you. We thank you and your families these 6,000 or 7,000 miles away. You know, I have the distinct privilege every day of watching President Donald Trump put America first. From the Oval Office to foreign trips, every single moment he has the best interests of our warfighters in mind. He wants to ensure in every situation, in every scenario, in every conflict, we have your back. And that's his message to me. He says, Pete, we better have their back as warfighters every time. We have three things at the Department of Defense that we're doing to ensure we achieve peace through strength and put America first. Number one, we're restoring the warrior ethos. No more political correctness, gender pronouns, DEI, CRT, or climate change. We're in the business of warfighting, accountabilities, standards, warriors, and lethality. And the American people have responded. The young people of America have signed up in historic numbers, which is why you've seen recruiting skyrocket across the country in historic ways, responding to their commander-in-chief, Donald Trump. You've also seen retention in our ranks at historic numbers as well. We're restoring the warrior ethos. We're also rebuilding our military. President Trump has committed a $1 trillion defense budget, a historic budget unlike any before, a generational rebuilding of our capabilities. We will have the best ships, the best subs, the best planes, the best fighters, the best drones, missiles, air defense, space defense, border security, Golden Dome, you name it. America will be stronger than ever before under our Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump. He is committed to that. And number three, we are reestablishing deterrence. Sadly, over the last 4 years, we saw a collapse in Afghanistan, what happened on October 7th, the war in Ukraine, violence unleashed by wokeness and weakness. But under President Trump, we're seeing a renaissance of peace through strength. Our enemies know that we mean business, and our allies like Qatar here know that we will stand beside them. That projection of strength, that recognition of American leadership is what unleashes peace. You see, my first motto as a platoon leader was those for my platoon, Charlie Company, 2nd of the 113th, was those who long for peace must prepare for war. We are warfighters, standing behind this commander-in-chief, prepared to deliver peace and security for the American people. And we have the greatest commander-in-chief possible in the Oval Office and here with us today. It's always my message to the troops, this man has your back. And that is why it is a distinct honor to introduce to you the 45th and 47th President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, Donald J. Trump.
достаточно длительно.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. This is an honor. What a beautiful group of people you are. You are good. I wish I looked like you. I would have been president 20 years ago if I looked like you. But I want to give a special hello to Al Udeid Air Base, sometimes referred to as the Deed. That's a little sinister term, the Deed. Today, we can all relax and be at ease, and we're going to have a little fun. I have nothing else to do, so let's have a little fun, right? So I'm thrilled to be here with the men and women who embody American strength and pride, the warriors of the United States Armed Forces. It's an amazing group of people. You are, without a doubt, the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. That's the way it is. I said it last night. I said it strong. We have the strongest military in the world. Not even a contest. We have the best equipment. Nobody has equipment like us. Nobody has the planes or the missiles or anything else. And as your commander-in-chief, I'm here to say that America's military will soon be bigger, better, stronger, and more powerful than ever before. We just did a budget. The budget was the highest by far, over $1 trillion. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff. And hopefully it's peace through strength. Hopefully we don't have to use it. Because if you use it, I feel sorry for the other guy, but we don't want to have to use it. I want to recognize a true warrior, and that's our Secretary of Defense. They put him through hell, the radical left did, and he's incredible. You know, he went to the best schools, he did the best stuff. He's a smart guy, and he's a great guy, and I just listened to his words standing backstage when he was speaking, and he really has it right on the peg. Pete Hegseth, he's going to be great. You're going to love this guy. You're going to love him. And I also want to influence you to clap for a man who's a great influencer. In fact, my son, Barron, said, "Dad, you got to do an interview with somebody I hadn't heard of." But my son knew very well. He knows everyone. He said, "Dad, this is before the election. You know, we won in a landslide, in case you hadn't known." But he said, "Dad, you got to do an interview with a guy named Theo Vaughn." I said, "Who the hell is Theo Vaughn?" He said, "Dad, he's such a big guy. You got to do an interview." So he knew all the names. I didn't know the names. And where is Theo? He's around here someplace, I think. Theo, thank you very much. That's Barron. You know Barron. He said, "You got to do with that." We had a good time, right? Had a good time. We had like 270 million people that listened. So you know what? I think Barron was right. Thank you for being here, Theo. Appreciate it. Also, Lee Greenwood, right from the beginning, that song went on. And, you know, that song was a successful song, but we made it the most, number one. We made that song, it's the top of the list of that type of song. That's a pretty big, I don't want to go into the list because you'll get upset with me if I do. Like the national anthem and things. It's like, and it became unbelievable. And I was saying you could get Elvis or anybody else to do a song. There's nothing, that was my intro song right from the beginning. Because as you know, we won 3 elections, okay? And some people want us to do a 4th. I don't know, we'll have to think about that. You saw the new hat. The hottest hat is, it says, Trump 2028. We're driving the left crazy when you see that. We didn't need that hat, but it's been an amazing period of time. And when Lee Greenwood did that song, it went from the first day. I came out and played it. It was a great song, but we didn't know. And then I did it a second time, a third time. And that was 968 rallies ago. Can you believe that? We did 968 rallies. There's another hat says 968. I said, what the hell does that mean? That's the number of rallies. I said, you have to be kidding. But from the very beginning, and we played Lee's song, and it was the walk-on. And then for the last inauguration, I had all the big singers, they wanted to do a song for me, and they wanted to have me walk on to their song, and my people, oh, that would be nice, that would be nice. And when I heard about it, we were all set. We had a lot of them, and I heard about it. I said, I'm not switching. Are you kidding me? I'm not switching. So we stick with Lee. But nobody could have done better than Lee. And he's been so loyal and so great. And it's been really about 9 years of that stuff. And, we had honestly, we had 3 unbelievable campaigns. And it's been an honor. And there's nobody been stronger than the military in terms of backing us. Nobody. So I just want to thank you all very much. Great honor. Thank you very much. And also with us today is really a great talent and somebody who's one of the most popular television hosts in history. Still looks young to me, but he's been doing it a long time. But he's an incredible man. He's always seems to take my side, and therefore I like him even more. But he has common sense. We talk about common sense all the time, but he's one of the biggest in the history of television. The great Sean Hannity. He's here someplace. Sean, stand up wherever you are. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Where is he? Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean. He was a little shy for a change. I've never seen that. We're also grateful to have a very excellent ambassador, Timmy Davis. Everybody loves him. Timmy, thank you very much. Thank you, Timmy. Along with your great military leaders, these are real leaders. These are real tough cookies. Lieutenant General Derek Trapper France, Major General David Shoemaker, Brigadier General Richard Deuce Dickens, Chief Master Sergeants Chris Murphy and Joshua Wiener, and Colonel Brian Ellis. We want to thank you, amazing people. They're real leaders, and this is one of the great bases anywhere in the world, and we're lucky to have them. Thank you very much, fellas. And a very special thanks as well to our partners from the Qatar Army and Armed Forces. Let's give them a really special hand. They are so great. They are so great. And in particular, we want to give a little special applause for somebody that's been so good. Deputy Prime Minister and Defense Minister, Saud. Where are you, Saud? Thank you very much. Great. Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor. Yesterday, we signed an agreement for Qatar to purchase $42 billion worth of the finest American military hardware, including THAAD missile batteries, Pegasus refueling aircraft, Desert Vipers, light armored vehicles, amphibious combat vehicles, the MQ-9B, and the Sky Guardian drones. That's all the best stuff. If it isn't, please stand up and tell me and we'll get something else. But I believe it's the best. Qatar will also be investing $10 billion to support this massive base in the coming years, and there's no place like it, they say. And a man, the leader, Amir, he's been a special friend of mine for a long time, long before I did the political thing. When he was a novice, he was a young guy, and we got to know each other, and we liked each other and got along long before I ever thought of running for president. And it's nice when you have that kind of a relationship. We got along right from the beginning. He's a special guy. He's a great leader of your country. So I want to just congratulate you on that, and all the Qatari people. A spectacular group, and it's an honor, and I don't think our friendship's ever been stronger than it is right now. It's you had the last administration. I don't know if they knew too much about what was happening, but this administration does, and you will never see anything like the relationship that we have. We just left Saudi Arabia, as you know, and you have a fantastic crown prince. He is a fantastic guy likewise, and we're going from here, we're going to UAE and United Arab Emirates, and we're going to see another leader. We have it's an amazing part of the world, and our relationship has never been stronger. And you're going to see that as time goes by. But with us, it's not words. As you know, I'm in the midst of a very historic trip, visiting the key partners in the Gulf. We had just some incredible stopovers and a wonderful day. Yesterday, we had the dinner, however, with His Highness, the Emir. And he is, I'm going to see him in a little while. I'm going to be saying goodbye to him, but we'll be saying hello again very, very soon. But no visit in the Gulf would be complete without stopping to salute the people who keep America safe, strong, and free, and the patriots of the United States Army, Navy, Space Force. I love Space Force. That's I have to say, that's my little baby. You know, I started that. They said, that will never work. Oh, it worked. You know, we were way behind Russia and China, and now we're way, way ahead of everybody. So Space Force, I'm very happy. That was my, you know, not since the Air Force has that happened. So we created a force, and it's a big force, and it's a brilliant force. So Space Force, thank you for doing such a great job. The Marines, and of course, the United States Air Force. Al Udeid is the home of the legendary 379th Air Expeditionary Wing, known as the Grand Slam Wing. We also have the 1st Expeditionary Theater Support Group. You got them all. And let's not forget the top-notch Army soldiers from the 11th Air Defense Artillery, the Imperial Brigade. Thank you, fellas. That's great. We also have the 8th Expeditionary Air Mobility Squadron, known as Mighty Ochos. Where are the Ochos? We don't want to fight with them. All of you are the tip of the spear. You're the finest we have. Anywhere in the world, you're the finest we have. You're the finest anyone has in the fight against the enemies of civilization. You're the people that are defeating chaos, combating terror, defending our interests, supporting our allies, securing our homeland, and making America incredibly proud. And you know what? Making America great again. That's what's happened. It's happened very fast. Happened very fast. As president, my priority is to end conflicts, not start them, but I will never hesitate to wield American power if it's necessary to defend the United States of America or our partners. And this is one of our great partners right here. When we're threatened, America's military will answer our enemies without even thinking about it. We have overwhelming strength and devastating force. And we had people that didn't like to talk about that, you know. They didn't want to talk about the level of quality that we have. They didn't want to talk about anything. We're going to have a big parade this year, you know, in Washington, D.C., a real parade. And I'll tell you just a little story. A week ago, May 8th, I'd call up a certain country, and they said, oh, we're celebrating the victory of World War II today, sir. Oh, really? I'd speak to one of the presidents or prime ministers or whatever. And they were so busy. Oh, yes, we're celebrating the victory of World War II. Then I speak to another one that they were celebrating. And the fact is, Russia was celebrating. France was celebrating. Everybody was celebrating but us. And we're the ones that won the war. We won the war. And they helped. But without us, they don't win the war. We're all speaking German. You know that, right? Without us, they're speaking German, maybe a little Japanese too. We won the war, and we're the only ones that didn't celebrate. So what I did is I got my crack staff over there, and we did it every time. We have May 8th, and we also have the date in November, that sacred date in November for World War I, because we won that war too. But think of it, I'm calling. Now, we love France, right? But I think we did a little more to win the war than France did. Do we agree? You know, I don't want to be a wise guy. But when Hitler made his speech at the Eiffel Tower, I would say that wasn't exactly ideal. And I called up the president, Macron, good guy, by the way. Donald, we are celebrating our victory over the Germans. Oh, that's wonderful. No, we don't take credit for what we do. And I said, what the hell? Every country I've spoken to in the last week is celebrating the war but us. Isn't that terrible? So we're going to be doing holidays. But I said it has to be a working holiday because, you can only do so many of them. We have a lot of holidays. I'm not so sure we should have them, and you don't have to go to work. Our country has to go to work. So we're going to have a working holiday for each one of those 2 dates. And we're going to be celebrating, too, because we should celebrate more than anybody else. And others did help a lot, but nobody helped like us. We wouldn't have won. I mean, the fact is, not winnable without us. And now we're stronger than ever before. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We had a great first term everywhere. We had the greatest economy ever, stock market up 88%, the biggest rise ever, all of that stuff. But the second term is going to be even better. We have over $10 trillion going to be invested in our country. And this little tour didn't hurt, I will tell you, between the 3 great places. I recently announced that I'll approve an unprecedented $1 trillion, as I told you. It's going to end up going higher, investment in the U.S. Armed Forces, and that's a record as part of that effort. I signed an order to build the Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our country from missile attack. Is everybody okay with that? It was called the Iron Dome, but I changed it to the Golden Dome. I thought it was a little more beautiful, maybe a little more modern or something. But we're going to have it, and it's amazing, actually, what they do. It's going to cost many billions of dollars, all made in the USA. I want it all made in the USA. The days of making our parts all over the world because we have wonderful partners. No, it's America first now. America first. We're going to make it all in the USA. And we're going to, by the way, it's America first, but we're going to take care of other countries. We're going to have plenty left over because we're doing things now. 6 months ago, our country was laughed at. Now our country is respected again at a level that it hasn't seen in a long, long time. And we're going to keep it that way. And our Air Force will soon have the world's first and only 6th-generation fighter jet, the F-47. Why did they name it 47? Does anybody know? I don't know. That was a nice thing. But it's quite the plane. They say there's never been anything done. But we're also looking at an increased version of the F-35. I think we're going to call it the F-55, which will be a double-engine plane. I like 2 engines on a plane. I'm sorry if I say that. But does that make sense to anybody? Does anybody agree? General, do you agree with that? I like it. Thank you. So many of you, sir, this engine is infallible. No engine is infallible. I like 2 engines on a plane. Should have been made with 2 engines. If I were here, you would have had 2 engines, and you would have had a lot of other victories, by the way. But we're going to do, when you think of it, Russia, Ukraine would have never started. October 7th, Israel would have never happened. Because Iran, as you know, is broke. They were unable to fund Hamas or anything else. It wouldn't have happened. We wouldn't have had the disaster of Afghanistan, the leaving. We were getting out, but we're getting out with dignity and strength. We're going to keep Bagram Air Base. We weren't going to give that up because it's 1 hour away from China. 1 hour. You know who occupies it now? China. The damage that administration did to this country is legendary, allowing 21 million people through an open border where anybody could walk into the United States of America is something that will never be forgiven. Grossly incompetent and evil, bad people too, bad people. But the real strength of our military doesn't come from its fighter jets. It really comes from our people. That's you. It comes from our people. You're unbelievable people. The aptitude and all of the things you have to do what you do. I look at some of those engines, and I'm a pretty smart cookie. I would tell you I'm real smart. And I look at you, and you take those engines apart and put them back together, blindfolded, and fix them up. It's amazing what you're able to do. And then to fly them, just incredible. You're incredible. You're a very special group of people. And that's why in my 2026 budget includes across the board. Maybe you don't want it. Look, for the good of the country, you don't have to take it. Pay raises for each and every one of you, substantial pay raises. But you don't have to take it. You don't have to take it. You can go to your commanding officer and say, sir, I'd rather not take that pay. I love my country, sir. I refuse to take it. Anybody here, raise your hand, please, if you refuse to take it. Let's see here. All right. Well, at least we have smart people. That's good. So you do your duty for us, and as Commander-in-Chief, I will always do and fulfill my duty to you. That's what I'm doing. Under the Trump administration, we're liberating everything in our armed forces from really radical social experiments carried out under the previous administration and beyond that, and actually beyond that, and restoring the strong and fierce spirit of the American warrior and the American fighter. On day one, I signed an executive order stopping our service members from being forced to endure endless training sessions on political correctness. We don't care if you're politically correct. And I directed the reinstatement of all patriots expelled from our military by the COVID vaccine mandate, which should have never happened. They're being returned at their former rank with full back pay. Very important. After years of not making our enrollment targets, to me, this is the biggest thing. Our military suddenly has the best recruiting numbers that perhaps they've ever had, but certainly in 30 years. Think of that. You go back 6 months ago, we couldn't get people to join the military. Nobody wanted your job. Now everybody wants your job. So we went from having the worst numbers we've ever had in terms of recruitment. That included police officers also, firefighters, but police officers. But in the military, think of that. You couldn't get people to join the military, and now we're brimming over. We have the highest numbers we probably, minimum 30 years, but probably have ever had, because there's such an incredible spirit now in our country. We have a whole new spirit, and it began on a date, November 5th. That was Election Day. Under the Trump administration, America is back, and America's military is back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Since my inauguration, service members stationed throughout this region have terminated 83 major terrorists operating across Iraq, Syria, and Somalia, including the #2, just recently, global leader of ISIS. And I knocked out ISIS, as you know, in my term. They said it was going to take 4 years. I said, why 4 years? That's a long time. And then I met a General Raisin Kane. He's now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, right? And he was great. He said, we can do it in 3 weeks, sir. I said, well, I was told 4 years, General, by your television generals in Washington, D.C. And he didn't want to be disrespectful to them. He said, sir, I'm telling you, if you want, we can do it in 3 weeks. And that's what he did. He knocked out 100% of the ISIS caliphate in 3 weeks. Should I tell you a little long, boring story about that? Yes? Okay, some of you have heard it because it's sort of a cool story, but I was wondering why we couldn't defeat, ISIS. We have this great military, all these great jets that we have new all over the place, the best in the world, the fastest, the best. And I went out and I said to a certain general in Washington, D.C., a television general, not much of it. There's a real general on television. You have the television guys and you have the real generals. And I said, General, how long will it take us? Because it doesn't make sense. We're spending a lot of money on defeating ISIS, and they don't have great equipment. They, in many cases, don't even have equipment. They're vicious, and they are good fighters. We always have to respect that. Sir, it'll take at least 5 years, sir. I said, 5 years? That's a long time. You mean we have jets, they have knives, and it's going to take 5 years? Yes, sir. I said, I don't really believe that, so I did something that I've never done before. I said, I want to go to Iraq. and I want to meet with the people in Iraq because maybe they're different, but I couldn't understand how a large and powerful terror group could last so long. And so I scheduled a flight, meaning I left at 3 o'clock in the morning. It was pitch black. We left very, very under guard. We traveled through Washington, D.C. There was nobody around. Got to the hangar at about 3:15. Air Force One was waiting for us. Pilots, best-looking human beings I've ever seen. Even better looking than Tom Cruise, and he's a friend of mine, okay? These guys were central casting, and they could also fly. And we headed out about 3:30 in the morning, pitch black. We headed for Iraq, and nobody knew I was going, nobody. And we're flying, and we're starting to get close. And they come to see me, and they say, "Sir, we have a problem." "What?" "We're flying over enemy territory very soon, sir. Could we please turn off your lights?" I said, "My lights? We're flying in Air Force One. We just spent trillions of dollars on fighting, and you can't fly in with lights on?" "No, sir, it's very, very dangerous out there." So I said, "Oh, obviously turn them off." Then he comes in addition to the lights, we want to turn down the shades. So I said, "You mean not even shades?" "Okay, we turn down the shades." They said, "I want to go upstairs." This is 747, 2 levels, beautiful plane. Just ordered new ones, by the way, beautiful, beautiful new ones. And Boeing just, by the way, did the biggest order in the history of Boeing. Just did with your beautiful territory right here. They ordered, I think, 160 planes. I think it's the largest order ever for aircraft. So I salute the people from Boeing, Kelly, and everybody, and General Electric. The engines are General Electric Super Prime, and I really think it's great. Congratulations. But I go up to see the pilots because I love sitting with the pilots. I like supposedly the best pilot, by the way, but it seems to be. I have no complaints. We land. It's like always landing like glass. I've had pilots where when you land, but these pilots land. I mean, and the 747's a hard one to land. But so I go up, I see the pilots. I say, "Hi, Captain." The guy's a handsome guy. We got a blonde flat top. I'd like to have a flat top like that. I don't know if the hair's good enough for that. I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to try it either. But perfect person. And I look at the right. He's perfect. Everybody was perfect. They're like perfect human beings. I said, "How are we doing, Captain?" "We're doing fine, sir. We'll be there in half hour, sir." I said, "They want the lights turned off, Captain." And they do, "Yes, sir, they're doing the right thing." "Oh, that's great, Captain. It's great." So now we're 15 more minutes, and all of a sudden, and most of you know the sound because that's what you do, but you have the computer voice, a beautiful voice where it says 1,900. They're talking about feet. So when you're in the big planes and sophisticated planes, the voice comes on, and I'm sitting back there watching them fly it beautifully, and I'm still not 100% happy with the statement that he agrees that the lights should be turned off. I would have preferred that he said, "No, there's no problem." But that's not what he said. So we're going through, and it goes 1,900, 800, 700. Talking about feet. Now, 700 is getting pretty close to the ground. I don't see a thing. There's no lights. There's no runway. And I've done this a lot. And I always see the runway in the distance. I have fairly good eyes. I'd say for my age, extremely good eyes. And I don't see a runway. 600, 500. Captain, are we okay? "Yes, sir. We'll be landing in just a few minutes, sir." 400. "Captain, are we okay? I don't see a runway up there, Captain." "Oh, we're fine, sir. No problem, sir." 300, 200. I'm saying, "Captain, you sure we're okay here?" And he said, "We're fine, sir." And then, boom, just lands that thing so beautifully. And I see they had no light. They had no nothing. I don't know how the hell they do it, okay? All I know is we landed like And for him, it was routine. And I'm trying to pretend I'm cool as a cucumber. You know, I'm your president. I'm supposed to be cool as a cucumber. And I'm like, you know, I'm like, I'm not happy. But after we land, I actually went to my people and I said, I want to ask you a question. I did a very brave thing just there. Is the president allowed to designate himself for the Congressional Medal of Honor? And they said, sir, honestly, that wouldn't be good. I said, okay. So anyway, we get it. I kid. You know, I have to say I kid because the fake news is back there. And they'll actually, no, it's true. And they'll say that the president wanted to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor, and he was talked out of it by his staff. So anyway, so I get, the door opens, we have a platform, and I see down, I look down, and I see these are all specimens, just like you guys are all perfect people. And I'm seeing a couple of generals, a couple of staff sergeants and drill sergeants, but everybody's like from a movie. And I walk out of the plane and meet the first gentleman. And I said, what's your name? He said, Kane, sir. My name is Kane. And I said, hello, Kane. What's your first name? Well, they call me Raisin. I said, wait a minute. Raisin. You mean like Raisin Kane? Yes, sir. That's what they call me. General, I love you. You're the guy I'm looking for, General. You're the guy I'm looking for. So is Raisin Kane. It's Daniel Kane, but Raisin Kane, that's what they call him. Then I met another general. I met a colonel. I met a sergeant. They said, sir, would you like to rest? I said, what do you mean rest? I've been resting on the plane. I don't want to rest. What do I have to rest for? He was thinking about Biden to come, okay? Biden would have rested the entire trip. First of all, he wouldn't have made the trip. But if he landed, he would have been rested for about 5 days before he had the first meeting. I said, no, let's go have the meeting because I want to find out what's going on over here. We're spending a lot of money, and people are being killed. I want to find out why it's taken so long, so let's go right away. So we went to almost like just a very secure room that was in the form of a boardroom. Very professional, however. It was very highly sophisticated with the equipment. Best you can buy. We have the best you can buy all the time. But I went into the room and I said, General, so they tell me in Washington it would take 4 to 5 years to defeat ISIS. And I want to know from you, is that true? Or is that, no, sir. But it's not my place to say, sir, because they are the ones that call the shots. I said, well, if you disagreed, it's not the military way, sir. You have to listen to them. That's a chain of command. I said, oh, that's great. I'm not sure I like that system. But how long do you think it would take you if I gave you total authority to go in and knock the hell out of them? So it would take approximately 3 weeks. I say it again, General. I was told 5 years. Sir, it'll take 3 weeks and you'll have time left over. I said, you got to be kidding me. Where the hell have you been? And then I sort of was really in disbelief because I said, you know, I've been hearing for so long, and we've been fighting it. How long will we fight him? 18 years or something? And here's a guy telling me 3 weeks. So I said, General, how do you do it in 3 weeks? He says, well, sir, I don't like saying this because I do have people in Washington, but I'm going to say it. We have portable stations. We have portable runways. We have runways all over the place. We have other bases. And we're being forced to fight them from a very far away, distant base, which is right here. And by the time we get there, we have to come back because there's no fuel, and we're way too far away, sir. And they're over here, and he shows me a map, and we're over here, and we're all the way here, sir. I said, why didn't they use the other bases? Well, they didn't want to disturb the country where those bases were located. I said, we give those countries billions of dollars. We can disturb them a little bit. They wouldn't know what we're doing anyway. Are they going to know where the planes are going? Not really, sir. I said, so what would you do different? He said, well, sir, I'd start from here, and he went through a whole thing. And I'd hit him from the left. I'd hit him from the right. I'd hit him from underneath. I'd hit him from the top. I'd hit him from every angle, sir. I'd hit him so hard and so fast they wouldn't know what the hell is happening. I said, and you think you can do that in 3 weeks? Yes, sir, and we're going to have time left over. And I said, let me think about it, General. I went back to Washington, and I spoke to a couple of people, and they said, I don't think so, sir. I think you're talking about years of fighting. And then I called the general and I said, so General, you still think you can do it in 3 weeks? A lot of people think you can't even come close to that. Sir, we'll have time left over. I said, go to it, General, go to it. Thank you, sir. And he hit the hell out of him. He hit the hell out of him. And he calls me up, sir, we have a lot of these people, and if you want, I can finish it off right now, sir. I said, well, I don't know, that's a lot. It's a lot of people. Well, these people are not good people, sir. These are not good people. You'll feel better about it. Well, they're not good people, but they're people, aren't they? And he goes, I said, you know what? Why don't you buzz them for a little while, and maybe after a day or two of buzzing them, they'll surrender. They don't know about surrendering, sir. Well, maybe they'll raise the white flag. They don't have a white flag, sir. I said, well, give it a shot anyway. He said, all we're going to do is take a couple of bullet holes in our wings. You guys know about that, right? And I said, well, let's give it a shot. And he calls up and says, let me do the job, sir. I said, all right, do the job. And we defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate in just a very short little period of time, totally different from what I was told in Washington, D.C. by a bunch of frickin' losers, okay? Losers. And that's the beginning. And I took that general and made him the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as I told you. And he's going to be great, and he's highly respected by everybody, just a different kind of respect, too. It's a real respect. But we can do our job better than anybody in the world, but you have to have the leadership of the top at the top, and we're doing that. We're finding, we let a lot of 4-stars go, a lot of 4. We had more 4-stars. We had, I think, 425 4-stars in World War II, which, by the way, we won. In World War II, we had 187 generals, and we had like 425 generals now, without really a war. And so we made a lot of changes, and we have the best. We have the best. We worked hard to figure the best, the real ones. We want the real generals, not the fake generals, and not the political generals, too. So we have something that's special, but it can show you really what happened. We also just apprehended, as an example, the ISIS terrorist of the Al-Baghdad, the one that caused all of the problems in Afghanistan, caused unbelievable destruction. We lost 13 great soldiers. I got to know the parents and the families of those soldiers. But you know what they don't say is the ones who were so horribly wounded, which were many. And hundreds of people were killed from the other side. I always include that. That should have never happened. That whole mess should have never happened. I think it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And we're not going to have things like that happen anymore. And again, we should have kept the air base. We should have kept it. We let it go. And we left, and it was a very embarrassing moment in the history of our country. That'll never happen again. There are a lot of people that said that Russia went into Ukraine. When they saw that, they said, wow, we didn't think that was possible, but it's not possible any longer, I can tell you. That's another one would have never happened if I were president. Russia would have never gone into Ukraine. All of those things, they would have never happened. But the Afghanistan withdrawal, not the fact that they withdrew, but the fact that the way they did it was so horrible and so embarrassing. So we brought this horrible person to justice, to American justice. We caught the person that set off that bomb. And all of this is possible because of the work that you do with partnerships that you forge. In this case, it was Pakistan. And by the way, I don't want to say I did, but I sure as hell helped settle the problem between Pakistan and India last week, which was getting more and more hostile. And all of a sudden, you'll start seeing missiles of a different type. And we got it settled. I hope I don't walk out of here and 2 days later find out that it's not settled, but I think it is settled. And we talked to them about trade. Let's do trade instead of do war. And Pakistan was very happy with that, and India was very happy with that, and I think they're on the way. They have been fighting for about 1,000 years, in all fairness. So I said, I could settle that up. I could settle anything. Let me settle it up. Let's get them all together. How long have you been fighting? About 1,000 years. Oh, that's a lot. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about settling. That's a tough one. They've been fighting for a long time. But we got that settled. Everybody was very happy, I'll tell you. That looked like it was really going to be escalating out of control. But with us today is the first sergeant of the 379th Wing, Master Sergeant Patrick Elders. Patrick, wherever you may be. Where are you, Patrick? Handsome guy. Wow. I'm looking at him from here, and it says after having served 22 years, he's a lot. How long have you been in, Patrick? Wow, that's amazing. It looks like he's like 25 years old. I'm saying 22 years. They said, we must have this mixed up. We don't have it mixed up. I guess when you love what you do, you stay young, right? And he loves what he does, no doubt about it. But having served over 22 years in the Air Force, he's one of his, right now, this is his 6th deployment. But this time it's a little different because his stepson, Airman First Class Ashton Inman, is on his own first ever deployment nearby in Kuwait, right now in Kuwait, which is really incredible. Master Sergeant Elders is proud that 2 generations of his family are now serving the same mission in the same theater, protecting the same great American flag. So say hello to him. Thank you very much. Very nice. A lot of stories like that. A lot of stories like that, and I want to thank Airman First Class Inman also very much. That's a great story. That's a great story, and we have many of them. I guarantee in this room right now there are many such stories. There are several married couples serving side by side in uniform at this base, including Staff Sergeants Tyler and Paige Duck. Where is Tyler and Paige? For years, they grew their relationship while Paige was deployed in the UK and Tyler was halfway around the world at Joint Base Elmendorf, Richardson in Alaska, conquering a 14-hour time difference. That's a lot of time difference. And now they're together at Al Udeid, and it's really great. So, Staff Sergeants, congratulations. It's fantastic. The American people never forget that our service members and their families make incredible sacrifices each and every day so that all Americans can be safe and be free, and we love our amazing military families. Our military families are as good as you can get. The men and women here today are part of a noble tradition of service that has been passed down from one generation of Americans to the next, and your spirit and courage and sacrifice has always been there when we needed you the most. You're always there when we need you the most. With us today is Master Sergeant Michael Schlow, who happens to be from a small town in a place called Butler, Pennsylvania. Has anybody heard of Butler, Pennsylvania? Yeah. Michael's a member of the Air Force Reserve as well as Butler County Corrections Officer. And last July 13th, he attended the rally where an assassin tried to take my life. He gave it a shot. Not good. That was someday. As soon as the shots were fired, Michael raced to direct law enforcement toward the sniper's perch, then worked to evacuate the rest of the crowd in a very safe manner. But Master Sergeant Schlow would be the first to tell you who the real hero was that day. He personally knew and really liked veteran firefighter, also a veteran of the military, great veteran of the military, who laid down his life for his country, really laid down his life for his country. His whole life was about his country. Corey Comparator, and he's become somewhat of a legend, I will tell you. He took a hard shot. He took a hard shot guarding his family. Master Sergeant Schlow, your commitment represents the very best in America. Thank you for your incredible service that day and forever, because that day was a horrible day, but you acted with incredible bravery. We've got reports about what you did. It was really amazing, and I personally appreciated it. That was It was a rough day. We don't want to have days like that. But Corey was an incredible guy, lost his life, guarding his wife and children. Every American warrior here today inherits a legacy of exceptional patriots who have defended our freedom for nearly 250 years. You carry on the glorious tradition of the heroes of Lexington and Concord, Gettysburg and Belleau Wood, Normandy and Midway. You embody the spirit of the soldiers who hoisted the flag over Fort McHenry and the Marines who planted the stars and stripes on the summit to Iwo Jima. That was a rough attack. You carry forward the mission of generations of Americans before you who marched through halls of gunfire, trekked over rugged mountains, stormed across scorching deserts, sailed through hostile waters, conquered unknown dangers, and poured out their blood and guts on battlefields all over the world. The military is incredible. And we won our independence. We preserved our union, protected our way of life, defeated fascism, crushed terrorism, liberated millions and millions of people from bondage, and brought communism to its knees. It's what we did. And now we're going to defend America from all enemies, overcome all obstacles and dangers, and as one nation, we're going to build a future of peace and prosperity for generations to come. Together we will stand strong, we will stand proud, we will live free, and we will fight, fight, fight, and win, win, win. So, my trip is 4.5 days, but this is the one I was so looking forward because I'm with the people that I really love and respect. And we love and respect you. This is what you're doing, the service you do for your country. You keep us safe. There is no more important profession. And I was so proud to see those reports coming in just a few days ago saying that the enrollment is at the highest level ever, especially when I had to suffer running against a group of people that were very inappropriate, where they allowed that reputation of what you stood for and what you stand for to deteriorate to a point where we weren't able to recruit. So just remember this, you have a job now that everybody wants. Everybody wants to be doing what you're doing. It's a special job, and I'm so proud. When I saw those numbers come across the board that we set the record for enrollment in the military, and we took that from the exact opposite just 6 months before. I was very, very proud of that. We have a great country. We have a proud country. We have a country that's respected all over the world. And as I said before, a year ago we were laughed at, but nobody's laughing at our country anymore. We're the most respected country anywhere in the world. And thank you very much, and enjoy your lives, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, I can test this for you.
А я в России.
Germany 0 points.
0 points, yeah.
Tomorrow, right?
Never know.
Oh, really? Where are you from? You always have good I heard of that. We heard lots of discussion in our meetings because it's come to a comedy and they translate through Germany. They're traveling through Germany right now with the sound. And we are following them all the way down. Because they have to cross Germany from north to south. So it's always a big problem. The Swedish fans That's really nice story actually.
Acayip tartışmalar dönüyor. Duydun mu? Zelenski ve Lavrov.
Evet.
Baya bu iş iptal olabilir.
Yattan sonra o insanı olmasa mı?
Tamam.
Nerede oluyormuş ki bu tartışmalar?
Ben onu anlamadım. Daha birbirleriyle görüşmediler ki.
İşte yani Zelenski demiş ya, hani bu çok düşük bir bir envoy yolluyorsunuz. Biz önce birisi çıkıp demiş, olur mu demiş, biz bunların hepsi çok kaliteli insanlar. Sonra da Lavrov buna saydırmış yani. Pathetic.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have just concluded the informal meeting of NATO foreign ministers here in Antalya. We're going to start off with a brief statement by the Secretary General, and following that, we will take your questions.
Good to see you all again, and good afternoon. We have just concluded our informal meeting of NATO foreign ministers. And again, I want to thank Minister Fidan and the Turkish authorities for their excellent hospitality here in Antalya. This meeting allowed us to dive into some of the key issues we will need to address at our summit in The Hague just 6 weeks from now. Our main focus was on boosting defense spending. This is the core deliverable for the summit and will be a key area for the alliance in the years to come. Increased defense spending is essential to our security. It is needed to meet the capability targets that allies will soon agree and to ensure that the alliance is ready to face any threats and challenges. It will also help to ensure fairer burden sharing among allies. And we are on the right track. Most allies are now set to reach the initial aim of spending 2% of GDP on defense this year. And many have already announced plans to go much, much further. And this is crucial, because it is clear that 2% is not nearly enough. Our discussions here in Antalya focus on what more we will need for the future. We know we will need greater investment in our core military requirements, as well as additional broader defense-related investments, including infrastructure and including resilience. I look forward to continuing to work closely with allies in the coming weeks as we prepare formal decisions for the summit in The Hague. We also discussed the importance of strengthening our defense industries. This is necessary to ensure we have the capabilities we need so that we can continue delivering on our core task to defend 1 billion citizens. We are committed to ensuring that we are doing all we can to increase production, foster innovation and remove barriers to cooperation. We all stand to gain from this, not only in security terms, but also economically. And finally, we discussed Russia's ongoing war against Ukraine. We reiterated our full support to President Trump's urgent efforts to bring the war to a just and lasting end as soon as possible. This is a priority that we all share. We reaffirmed our long-term support for Ukraine. This is not about fueling the war, it is about ensuring that Ukraine can defend itself today and into the future. And with or without a settlement, it is clear that our support to Ukraine will continue to be important to ensure a lasting peace. All of this, increased investment in defense, enhanced defense industrial capacity, and continued support to Ukraine will help safeguard stability across our Euro-Atlantic area. And with that, I look forward to take your questions.
All right, we'll start with the front row all the way on my right.
Is it working? Thank you. It's Sabine Siebold with Reuters.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Sec-Gen, do you see the incident in the Baltic Sea off the Estonian coast, which involved a Russian fighter jet, as an escalation? And what does NATO intend to do about this? And how will the alliance react to it?
Yeah, because of these developments, and we have seen more of these over the last 6 to 12 months, of course we have the Baltic air policing mission, we have Baltic Sentry, which is working particularly at protecting our undersea critical infrastructure. NATO and Estonia are in close contact on this and coordinating absolutely on making sure we know exactly what is happening. But again, this is why we are active in this region collectively, of course, Estonia and the other nations on the Baltic Sea, but also as NATO collectively making sure we keep this part of NATO territory safe.
All right, we'll go to the woman in blue in the center.
Ma'am.
Mr. Secretary General, I want to ask a question regarding Turkey. In such a turbulent and unpredictable period, it's crucial for Turkey to strengthen its defense as it protects the southeastern flank of the alliance. And while Turkey is in talks with European countries to purchase Eurofighters, it also engaging with the United States on issues such as acquiring F-35s, also potentially rejoining the F-35 program and the lifting of Qatar sanctions. So as NATO Secretary General, How do you encourage the parties involved not to place obstacles in Turkey's way? Thank you.
NATO encourages its allies not to have limitations on arms sales from one ally to another. And when it comes, for example, to the Eurofighter, you have seen this coming up in the meeting I had with Chancellor Merz last Friday, because he referred to that in the presser we had after this at NATO headquarters in Brussels. And obviously it is for the German government to decide on next steps. But I thought there was an opening there, and we'll see how this will be taken further. And this will probably lead to more discussions within the German government.
All right, on the center aisle, gentleman in the fourth row.
Thanks a lot, Thomas Gutschka with Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. Secretary General, a question on the next, I think it's now called Hague Investment Pledge.
The Hague Investment Plan, because it has to be real, and a pledge sounds a bit vague.
All right. My question is how to actually get to the target on which allies will agree in The Hague. In your view, does it need to be underpinned by a clear and credible path for each member state, which would then also mean that NATO would review progress annually and report back where member states are, which is the procedure where we are now, but that was not how, for instance, it started with the Wales investment pledge from 2014, where no path was set. So what's your view on this?
As you are from Germany, let me start by saying that Germany is really taking the lead here. Also today, it is clear that the German government has committed to spend much more on defense, and really wants also, when it comes to this debate, how collectively as NATO we will be able to face all our threats and challenges, that Germany is clearly taking the lead on this. And I'm very happy about this, because it is the biggest economy, it's the biggest economy in Europe and the second biggest economy in NATO after the United States. Of course, these discussions are still ongoing, but my assumption is, and I'm quite confident, that in The Hague we will commit to an ambitious spending target. It might be a target on the core defense spending, but also a clear commitment on defense-related investments. Obviously, just saying that we will have to get there in a couple of years and then doing nothing is not helpful. So there has to be a credible path to get to that target, but you cannot get there in 1 year. That's impossible. Because we know there is an issue of absorption capacity. You need to order the defense industrial output from our defense industrial industries. You need to hire the necessary people to fill all the vacancies within the military. That will take some time. So there is a absorption capacity issue here, which we have to take into account, but we have to have a credible path together. Absolutely. And again, through you, thank you to the German government for clearly taking the lead on this.
All right, we'll go just in front of him in the third row.
Hello, Secretary General. Max Delaney, AFP. Just to follow up on the new target.
To make sure that we have the money necessary to fill all the capability gaps we have at the moment. We will agree at the defense ministers meeting our capability targets for the coming years, and we know already that with the 2% we can never fill all those gaps. We have to spend much more, as I've said, consistently since October, November last year. So that's number one. And that has to do with the core defense spending. But we also know that when it comes to defense spending, we have to make sure that we have all the enablers in place, everything related to defense spending in place. As I said this morning, at the doorstep, sometimes when you cross a bridge in Europe, you hope with your own car that you safely cross it, get across it, but let alone with a tank. So this whole issue of military mobility, how can we make sure that we are able to move our land forces from one place to another, but also when it comes to resilience, when it comes to support for partner countries and so many other issues and areas, we have to make sure that we not only concentrate on the core defense spending, but also making sure that we do these defense-related investments. I know there are many rumors about numbers out there. I respect, of course, what you think you have found out so far. That's your job, but I'm not commenting on the concrete numbers, but I do acknowledge that there is a discussion on core defense spending and a discussion on defense-related investments.
All right, gentleman in the front row in the purple tie.
Doğan Can Aksoy, TRT Haber. Turkey's defense industry has made a significant progress in recent years, and NATO countries have shown increasing interest in Turkish products. Just yesterday, an agreement was signed with Spain for the producement of Hürjet trainer aircraft. And Turkey's effective defense production has gained even more prominence with the Russia-Ukraine war. In this context, how do you assess Turkey's role on the defense industry? Thank you.
It's very important because Turkey has an impressive defense industrial base. It is already working in close conjunction with industries and countries all over Europe and the United States. As I said before, there is this problem we are facing. When it comes to deterrence and defense, there is an issue around spending, yes, but there's also an issue around, are you able to credibly produce the defense industrial output you need to keep ourselves and all of us, all 1 billion people living in NATO territory, safe. Russia, in some calculations, is producing in 3 months in terms of ammunition what the whole of NATO is producing in a year, and Russia is only 5% the size of the overall NATO economy. So that's not sustainable. And that's why I'm very much pleading with allies not to have barriers between countries and between European nations within the EU or outside the EU and Canada and the US. We all have to work together on this. And the good thing for industry is that industry now will know the capabilities we need and the gaps we still have. That will inform them, and including the Turkish defense industrial companies, to produce what is needed. And they know that the money is there, because almost all allies, hopefully all allies, will be at 2% before the summit. Beginning this year, we still had 8 not on 2%, but now we are getting in all the messages last Monday from Luxembourg, last Friday from Slovenia, earlier from Spain, from Belgium, from Italy, from others, that they are committing to the 2%. And they also know that in The Hague we will decide about a much more ambitious target going forward. So the money is there, they know what to invest in, and that will help the defense industrial base to do what is necessary. And we need that, because deterrence and defense is not only about money, but also about having a credible defense industrial base able to defend ourselves going forward.
All right. In the very center, gentleman in the light gray jacket.
Mr. Secretary General, would you like to see...
The microphone is...
Sorry.
Yeah, great.
Work better now. Would you like to see the upcoming summit communique clearly stating that Russia is the most important threat for all the allies, the entire alliance? And do you expect this to happen?
Well, clearly in the strategic concept and in the Washington Declaration and in every press conference I am giving, we repeat that Russia is the long-term threat. We repeat that China is rapidly building up its armed forces, which is, of course, a big concern. They will have 1,000 nuclear warheads by the end of the decade. And we repeat that terrorism is also one of the areas NATO is focusing on, because terrorism is a core task for NATO to fight terrorism. And we are here in Turkey. This country has been hit by terrorism, but also other countries in NATO have had their share of terrorist attacks over the last decades. And so all these threats are there. I will keep on repeating them based on the language we have agreed. And I expect for the NATO summit in The Hague to really focus very much on defense industrial production, focus on the defense industrial plan, so to make sure that the money is there, that the products are there, focusing on Ukraine, and then what exactly will be the format of the conclusions of the communique. We'll see what is the best way to play that.
All right, and then just in front of him, the woman in the beige jacket.
Thank you, Secretary General.
It's working.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's working.
Thank you. My name is Mizuho Morioka from Asahi Shimbun, Japan. And according to some report, NATO has decided to invite IP4 leaders to the summit. And what kind of discussion do you expect in Hague with this region?
There are no announcements at this moment about invites, other of course than the 32. So as soon as that is ready to make those announcements, we will make them. But more generally speaking, when it comes to the partners in the Pacific, that is a very important relationship for NATO. So I'm now not commenting on yes or no them being at the NATO summit, but this is an important relationship. One of the reasons I was in Japan a couple of weeks ago to have discussions with the foreign minister, the defense minister, and a very pleasant and successful dinner with the prime minister. Because there is a close cooperation between NATO and South Korea and Japan, Australia and New Zealand. We share our insights on what is happening. There is a strong defense industrial base which is further being developed in all those countries. We can work together on innovation and getting things out there. Particularly now with the Chinese build-up, it is more and more important that we have that close coordination, particularly because it is increasingly difficult to say that the Euro-Atlantic area and the Indo-Pacific area are totally separate. They are not. They are clearly interconnected.
All right, we have time for one or two more questions. I'll come to this side of the room, the woman in the second row on the aisle.
Secretary General, Maria Ortega from TRT Spanish. Turkey is hosting two big meetings today, here at NATO, and as we all have our eyes also in Istanbul. So two questions. What does this say about the role of Turkey in the alliance? And there are any efforts among the other countries in the alliance to ramp up these efforts of bringing peace to the region and other parts that it's so much needed?
Yeah, clearly Turkey is playing an important role here, and basically the events you are mentioning are evidence of this, and also the meeting we have here with the foreign ministers, which has been very well organized by the foreign minister and his team, and we really want to thank him for that. And the convening power of Turkey is clearly there. We can see it every day. And I think that is important. That does not mean that other countries are not also involved. We have, of course, the coalition of the willing, in which Turkey is participating, which originally was brought together by the French and the Brits, but which is now much bigger. And we have other initiatives to make sure that whenever a ceasefire or a peace deal is done on Ukraine, that it is lasting, that it is durable. That we will have no repeat of what happened in 2014-15 with the Minsk agreement, which was basically challenged still when the ink was not dry, by which this agreement was written. So we cannot have a repeat of that. It has to be lasting. It has to be durable. And then to this week, the ball now is clearly in Russia's court. The Russians are sending a low-level delegation now and not taking up the opportunity President Zelensky has been providing. He said, I'm willing to sit with Putin. As soon as a ceasefire is there, we are willing to negotiate a peace deal. So Ukraine is clearly ready to play ball. But that ball is now in the Russian court. And I'm really thankful for the fact that the United States is laser focused. The president and his whole foreign policy team, including Marco Rubio, on bringing peace to Ukraine.
All right, thank you so much. That's all we have time for today.
Thank you. Safe travels.
Şimdi bence benim tahminime göre bunlar Erdoğan'la görüşüyorlar. Zelenski. Görüşmeden sonra ne olur mesela? Dörtte olur.
Başlayacak mı acaba zamanda? O da önemli. Bize başlayacak. Bize başlarsa belki 5'te bir şeyler olacak. İhtimali var.
Belki bir ihtimal.
Belki. Başlamazsa.